Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Brawling Dragon Tavern, and we're officially live. And Tom didn't drop his pants and let the gremlins out to break anything this week.
That's where you
Thank
keep the gremlins.
fucking God.
That's disturbing,
That's
bro.
gross, bro.
I got a few questions here. None of them are good.
Dude, you know from Gremlins, you need to keep that one in your pants. We do not need the female gremlin getting out.
Well, I can fucking guarantee she ain't.
So you do have.
No.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this session. We're actually in much better spirits because nothing imploded this week.
Yeah, everything
so
seems to be
far,
working
famous last
right
words.
now. Here, wood. Should I pass this around?
Manny, knock on your head. It's similar to wood. It's like fucking Pinocchio over there.
There you go. The knock on the floor. There you go.
Except
certainly
his
feel-
curse is his nose doesn't get longer. He just smells more.
Oh, jeez.
Why you do this?
Everybody stinks
So-
this time of year.
Trust me, I know the truth hurts.
So,
All right, let's go.
jumping into a few quick details about tonight. We don't have any sort of announcements outside of where we're going to do a thorough recap. We're going to take a small pause, and then we're going to jump back into the session. As last week, due to the technical difficulties we had that were outside of our hands, we more or less lost the entire episode. So the recap is going to take a little bit longer tonight. Yeah. A lot of people heard me swear a lot and a few things getting thrown around. I think Tom even felt the anger. No, wait, that's just the Arizona heat.
Yeah. Did have a few things thrown in my general direction. I can't tell if they were at me or just.
In general.
Yeah.
That's about normal for you, though. So starting off with the recap. Wow, that is really aggressive music for this. Like, Jesus Christ. Tavern? Okay, tavern works. Jesse, go ahead and start us off with the recap.
Recap started with Cayenne waking up. Alongside Feisty, she heard a loud yelling between Scav and Mongo because Scav thought it appropriate to take a crowbar and pry open Mongo's room. Like a rude little butthole. So she decided to go investigate. Basically, she scolded him on not knowing the difference between sleeping and dead, telling him to stop being a worrywart. After all of the talking and scolding was done, Cayenne football carried Mongo to the apothecary. As they got closer before they left off of the docks, she decided to allow Mongo to ride on her back instead to make it easier. Once they got into town, she put Mongo down and he trailed behind a little bit, which he got some flirtatious speaking to by a skeleton tabaxi, which
God.
Cayenne found out that it was little more than flirtatious. She was trying to lure him into some quote-unquote fun.
A business transaction. Try to convince him of a business transaction.
Then Cayenne, she waited for Mongo to catch up, and they went to Belle's apothecary.
Hey, Fuzzball, you want to fill this empty void with your meat?
Bounce bones.
Carry on.
Cayenne
Alright.
didn't do too much in Belle's apothecary, and Mongo got a scroll he ordered from the future, which Cayenne has no understanding of what this future talk is after hearing some things from Mongo's acquaintance and a teacher named Plumetree, who was an acquaintance of Belle. But Mongo did get a scroll from the apothecary. Nikolai showed up, ended up getting coin from a portal thanks to Belle. And then once that was done, they went back to the ship to prepare for travel to their destination. They did see some interesting large and various cities of the astral plane, as well as some creatures that were breaching the waters below. When they reached their destination, basically the party convened at a table to discuss their plans. Cayenne did reiterate that she needed to go solo to plant the astral seed. Although people was like, "Are you sure you don't need protection?" No, I need to be alone. Piss off. Sort of vibe. And she went off to plant the astral seed alone. Once they were told that the area was safe enough for them to move off the ship. Cayenne had to hurt herself in the process of planting the astral seed, which she, after she was able to, after cutting her hand open with her glaive, essentially she did not do too well after successfully planting the seed, and she ended up 20 feet in the air in a tree. Instead of using her mask, she decided to try a superhero landing from said tree, which sent a shockwave of pain and achiness through all 4 hooves and legs. On her way down, Cayenne did dislocate her shoulder, so she came back to the ship with branches and leaves throughout her harness, as well as her hair and her tail, with her arm just dangling there. So she decided to reset her shoulder herself by using the ship.
Oh, look, a support
Afterward,
beam.
yeah, support beam. After that, the party did leave the ship. Everyone did. Cayenne did step away to use her mask, which she planned on just shifting into a owlbear, which turned into her being a dire owlbear, just so she could support Feisty's weight, which she did succeed in intimidating Scav in said form because he did not know that the owlbear was Cayenne at first, but he later found out through her giggling.
Just imagine that, a owlbear giggling.
No, unless it's ascended and has the capability of human speech. Well,
Sure, they probably have us.
bipedal speech.
I mean, they're fairly intelligent, so an owlbear laughing is not, or giggling is not too far outside
Yeah.
the realm. It just sounds like it would be like Pennywise levels of horror. Carry on.
After the little fun was done without any delay, the party made their way into the forest that Cayenne created from the astral seed. Cayenne was navigating in her owlbear form, carrying both Feisty on her back and Noodle on her head. Scav decided he wanted to light the 1 hour time-stamped talismans, which the smell was very putrid to Cayenne's now sensitive nose / beak.
Yeah.
Which kind of did mess up her direction a little. Cayenne did realize that the forest was now starting to become inhabited by the spirits. So the talismans were doing their job at keeping them at bay. The party noticed that the travel was taking a little longer than expected, but Cayenne knew that this forest was influenced by its creator's design. So she was able to lead the party into the field that they needed to be. Cayenne did notice the pond that she needed to go to, this sacred sacred pond that was in the middle, which made her owlbear eyes go wide like a cat crazy for catnip. But this relief was very short-lived when the minion who was the owner of the red cloak that was gifted to the party by the dragoness in Orella. So Scav, Nikolai, and Mongo went into battle, along with Nikolai's creations. And Cayenne decided to push forward to the healing pool with Feisty and Noodle. Not in battle this time, until the minion decided to strike Feisty in the throat, as well as Cayenne in the shoulder. Cayenne was completely out of any kind of potions whatsoever for healing, so she used her dagger on Feisty to get her healed enough just to start the baptism. She did make a prayer. After her prayer and staying silent, Cayenne waited. Feisty's body was accepted into the healing waters by a non-threatening, really large hand, which did take Feisty's form below the waters. Cayenne did wait patiently, and she heard clear instructions from Feisty's familiar voice saying to destroy this minion, which, with a sickening, sadistic grin on her face, Cayenne didn't hesitate and followed as ordered. Cayenne getting within 10 feet to help her siblings, she cast Hemomancer's Reach to manipulate the blood supply flowing within the minion's body to help the brothers restrain him. While working together, they did end the individual's life. Cayenne helping by gouging out the eyes with her own fingers, and to inflict as much pain and suffering as she possibly could. The end result of the party working together to char the minion to ash. Cayenne did get to keep the skull briefly, and took great pride crushing said skull within her hands, which left behind a singular tooth that the party could identify later. And then after identifying, Cayenne was keeping that said tooth as a trinket to adorn her headdress with. Nikolai did question whether the baptism worked. Cayenne didn't say a single word. She refused to, as her focus was purely on Feisty, as she did not get an answer. So they all went to the pond, but then they were summoned to a different plane. They were all greeted by the basically the representatives of the party's deities. And they were all given different flowers as well. Soon, the party was all spoken to by Feisty, all asked the same question, "What am I to you?" Cayenne's answer to the question was, "You're my sister." And then all of the siblings walked forward, Scav being the first one, and they were taken into separate rooms. Cayenne's task within this room was to either continue on a different druidic path or to help an injured younger Feisty. Cayenne did not hesitate, and she helped Feisty, using the flower given to create medicine to heal her. after that, she appeared back at the poolside with everyone. Then the party waited confused for a few moments. Not much longer, the party was greeted with the bubbling waters of the pool, soon revealing a reborn Feisty. The baptism had worked, but Feisty was no longer the displacer beast she had been before. The only remnants of such was, of course, her completely void-like fur and her tendrils from before that had fully formed hooks at the end. But now she was a void-like griffin of sorts, her feathers being that of a raven, her beak being that of what would seem more like an eagle, but more menacing, with a hooked end. And of course, she had 4 paws instead of, well, 6. Her tail was lion-like, but the end of it, instead of being fur, it was basically a fan of feathers. And she was much larger than before. She was no longer basically a slave to what had held her back in the beginning, and she was free. So she had free will to do as she pleased, and she wasn't technically bound to the party anymore via the collar, but she chose to stay at our side until she was called to fulfill her purpose elsewhere. After the explanation, everyone just cuddled with Feisty within the grasses as she asked if everyone would snuggle with her.
Classic feisty.
And the campaign basically left off on the last episode, everyone snuggling Feisty, Cayenne at her side like many times before in a lot of druid circles they visited when they snuggled or fell asleep with each other under a tree.
Yeah. Solid recap.
Yeah, it was a lot to read. It was a lot to recap because
Hey,
a
Nikolai.
lot happened.
Care to recount your exploits during this last session? Hey, everybody
Sure.
did fantastic for their recaps on the Discord.
So basically, they began being woken by a Mongo and Scav argument. Nikolai, being incredibly used to that happening, decided to ignore it because it didn't sound serious. And instead continued to just do his morning routine, such as trying a couple rounds on his little puzzle box that he got from his parents. Maybe, checking up on the gear, making sure everything is still put together and functional. And then by the time that was all done, they stopped yelling at each other.
Basically,
And
that's the fucking best way to phrase that. That's so great.
so then Nikolai went, found the siblings, said good morning, and I guess noticed that Cayenne and Mongo were headed out to the town. Presumably, Mongo had become less antisocial overnight, which was nice. And Nikolai continued to go back into town. He wanted to meet up with 10 Gallon to see how he was getting accustomed to his new build, and found out then he loved it and had become the town sheriff essentially, or at least a sheriff of the town, I guess. Spent some time just having breakfast, drinking with the guy, trying to get some information on what the Astral Sea is all about. After not getting much more than a social visit with the guy, Nikolai decided to go over to the apothecary to ask about getting healing potions, because we didn't have any. But then realized, oh, I have no gold. All of it's in the bank. Inquired about getting if she accepts bank purchases. And then we had a little fun thing where she created a portal to presumably the material plane or someplace that the bank had connections with. and and the poor bank teller seemed to be completely confused, as if like Bell expected him to know that this was happening. Apparently. Because he had a letter explaining that this was going to happen. Somehow. So Nikolai was able to get the purchases of the greater healing potions, one for each person of the family, and actually get a withdrawal of 100 gold pieces for himself, just so he had some money. And after that, we effectively reconvened at the ship, the Maw, and shoved off, I think. Yeah, effectively. Traveled some time in the astral sea to continue to the journey. The only journey that anybody shared with her was the stars that Nikolai drew in the imagery that he got in that weird ass dream. Knowing that it was the astral plane, figured it's a place to start, I guess. And saw some pretty cool imagery. Nikolai got some images sketched up of some of the scenery and the creatures he witnessed through the journey. We finally found the location, deciphered by Ness from the dream images that Nikolai provided. We landed. It's kind of like a morning issue situation. So we began with starting the process of how we're going to get Feisty to where she needs to be. But there's really nothing we could really answer to that until Cayenne made the forest and knew where the forest was going to be and how to get through it. So Cayenne left off on her own at some point to go do that, refusing assistance from anybody for it, which is fine, understandable, I guess. Came back bit of time later, beaten up and disheveled. She hasn't shared to us how this happened yet.
And that's a story for the campfire, I'm guessing. Or Kaya's just gonna be like, I tripped. I did, and negate the whole thing that she fell out of a tree. Because she doesn't want Scabbard to point and laugh.
And then after some time, the Maw's crew was able to secure a base camp from which we were all able to disembark from. At that point, since we had no quick and easy solutions to move Feisty in her situation or in her condition, I guess Cayenne decided that she was going to just carry the poor girl by transforming into an owlbear again. At which point we were able to proceed fairly unabated up until shortly before Cayenne was actually able to get Feisty to the pond, at which point the gray cloak, red striped gray cloak that we had gotten from Mother. I think it was Mother. Was that Mother?
It was the dragon.
No, it's the dragon
that's
from the far point, I think. Yeah. And it had self-animated for some reason, which is very curious. I would like to know how that happened. Or Nikolai would like to know how that happened. And at some point, this figure did an attack on Feisty and Cayenne, at which point the brothers and Ace engaged this guy to prevent him from getting too Feisty and Cayenne, as Cayenne was the one that needed to do the baptism. So Everybody else could do the fighting, which is perfectly fine and sensible. Nikolai attempted to do his little 1-2 punch with Nigel again, but apparently this asshole had some type of awareness that something was falling on top of him from 600 feet away.
Undead awareness. It could have been that the loud whistling sound of something careening towards your skull
Possibly.
at a high velocity. Oh, also the giant growing shadow.
Possibly. Yeah, that could have been happening. That could have been part of the problem. Yeah, that's
Should have
true.
been Nigel going, hold still, motherfucker!
I do say, hold still.
But landed, made quite a crater, did do some effective damage, or at least inconvenience to the guy. We continued the fight, at which point I think I got some stuff mixed up there. Yeah, I forgot
It's
about
okay.
throwing the snake chain in there. Yeah, the snake chain actually came in clinch to tie that guy up. I think that was pretty effective. He's all game mechanics. Like all we had to do was roll a 10 for most of them.
You know what? Some of us, that fucking helps a lot.
Yeah, no kidding. So
This is the guy that rolls a 2 and a 3 on average.
Mm-hmm.
so
Tom, you're not supposed to apply your real life negative modifiers to your dice when you roll.
You know, if you're playing
Don't
a
tell
cleric,
me, fucking tell them.
you know, if you're playing a cleric, that might be the greatest thing possible because they can do that special thing where if they roll below their level, awesome shit happens.
Let's get through the recap.
So at some point the anger got the best of at least a couple of the brothers, at which point Scav either threw or just hand delivered the bomb to the guy. Nikolai doesn't really know. And Nikolai's like, okay, that'll work fine. I can burn this motherfucker by using the reach majig. I'll lock my hands around him because I can do that and just fire. So continued to burn this guy as much as he possibly could, doing some radiant damage to him as well. At one point or the other, Cayenne joined the fray, and Nikolai got some type of incentive or advice from some unknown source that he's not ever spoken with before to do his magic in a certain way that allowed it to enhance the attacks that the family were doing on this thing to finish up and fix the result. So in a great, bright, glorious blaze of fire and burning, we were able to turn this guy and his source of existence into ash. At which point, after the fire stopped, Nikolai just immediately had one question for Cayenne, which went unanswered, understandably. But she just moved forward to go back to the location. Nikolai followed without any further questions with regards to that. At that point, we started seeing like ethereal representatives of other divine sources moving into the area as well. At one point, some tabaxi creature asked if we were going to go, hurry up, you're going to be late, something along those lines. Nikolai began to wonder if he was dead because he realized that he didn't have anything on him. Ace wasn't with him. He was just in his regular, comfortable, I'm taking the day off clothes. So that was kind of freaky. Nobody answered that. And the only thing that happened is Gav just walked forward and was like, well, he's the one guy that knows stuff about religious encounters and most than any of us, probably. So Nikolai just stepped forward. At that point, Nikolai got a conversation with Feisty, about how Nikolai viewed Feisty as a resource to be used when most effective, or a friend. And Nikolai responded, well, actually more of a sister than anything. And then immediately found himself in this weird ethereal place again, being handed a bunch of flowers from various representatives of these clergy. And then after receiving those flowers, he then found himself in one of the family homes with this feeling of, yay, I get to go work on my stuff again instead of all this bullshit adventuring stuff. And immediately started heading towards the shop, because that's what he would do. But then saw Feisty in a room just kind of watching, and that triggered the thought of, Nikolai hadn't seen Feisty well in forever and doesn't know what's going on yet. So he went over there and immediately just kind of bum rushed Feisty and gave her a hug and asked how she's doing, and did the baptism work. And then he found himself back in that glade or whatever, that ethereal glade. And then moments later, Feisty rose out of the waters in her new form, and informed us that she was no longer bound to anybody outside of her own desires to do so. And very momentarily later, we kind of all just bum rushed Feisty and started snuggling and being very happy that she was alive and well. Haven't really made too much connection yet that she isn't quite the form that she was when we last saw her. It's about where we ended.
Go Mongo.
Mongo got to start his day with Scab.
Not the kind of tea you wanted first thing in the morning.
No. Apparently Mongo fell asleep, fucking dead to the world kind of sleep. Because I know ferrets, they have a dead sleep, but apparently, Noodle taught Mongo how to do that. So
That is a freaky thing about ferrets.
fuck, right? Yeah, Scav entered Mongo's room by way of crowbar. Mongo woke up with Scav directly on top of him. A little bit of drool from Scav. What?
No.
And Mongo, in his irritation, proceeded to remind Scav that there's in fact a difference between being asleep, dead.
But are we sure it was drool?
It fucking better be. Or Scav is going to wind up a little more holy than he already is. Which apparently, as we found out, that didn't bother Nikolai in any way, shape, or form, because he's apparently used to that shit.
Like, nobody's dying.
Yet. Apparently it woke up Cayenne as well.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's
usually a bad sign when you wake up the sleeping centaur.
yeah. But she came in and decided that Mongo needs to get out. And somewhere along the way, that's kind of when Mongo fucking lost track of time. He got a couple of new books he was reading. He thought he was only there, there for like a couple hours, a whole fucking day.
Got really in depth reading that lusty dragonborn maids.
Mongo's arms are both still normal. One's larger than the other.
Yeah, but is the pillow flatter now?
You want these questions answered, bud?
Come on. Okay. Pitter patter.
Yeah. So en route to the destination Cayenne had decided to carry him to, that's when he realized, oh shit, I lost a little more time than I thought. Yeah, eventually wasn't football carried. She just sort of tossed him on her back. And eventually he was walking under his own power. Came across a skeletal tabaxi who asked him for assistance. But due to Mongo not having the jump spell, he was unfortunately unable to render aid. What? She asked him to help bounce bones. How else are you supposed to fucking do that?
Oh dear.
That's how Mongo fucking sees the situation. But eventually, Cayenne slowed down. He caught up. And he was introduced to the shopkeep of the apothecary, Bell, a poison dart frog, who's fucking awesome. And apparently a classmate of Plume Trees, which is awesome. And also apparently informed Mongo that sometime in the future he asks for a magic carpet spell, which also awesome.
I do. Okay, cool.
Yeah, hey, dude, third level spell costs 1 gold. I'm fucking happy. It's a badass spell. So, happily made that exchange and we try to remember to ask for it again later. And then also got talking to her about potion making and the like. And he got his basically alchemist flashcards, kind of, was the shorthand that we're using. You basically, they have like a whole bunch of step 1 cards, step 2 cards, and you basically just kind of mix and match and see what you get.
Hopefully don't blow up.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Which those cards are fucking awesome. I cannot wait to fucking use them. But after that, then all the siblings got back to the maw, and they decided to actually try this thing called planning, which Mongo couldn't fucking be happier about that.
Hey, don't feel alone there, buddy.
Yeah. And that's when Cayenne mentions how in order to actually create the forest from the astral seed, she has to go alone. It's like, all right, fine. You have to. So once we get all that sort of situated, she goes, she comes back with a forest growing behind her, which is not the first time Mongo has seen that. Of course, she got a couple of bumps, bruises, scrapes, and the like, but, you know, that's kind of just Cayenne being Cayenne, so if it was a problem, she probably would have said something. And then the discussion of how to transport the injured and dying Feisty to the location which she needs to be moved to came up. Everybody offered how they would solve said issue. Cayenne came up with the best option of using her mask and turning into an owlbear again. Scav wasn't exactly paying attention,
Go figure.
as Scav does,
I was busy putting blessings on Feisty.
and didn't notice the big ass fucking dire owlbear.
I wasn't present for that. She was still on the ship.
No, she was right by you, buddy.
She was right behind you, bud.
He turns around and goes, ah, crap. May or may not have had to change the drawers. And then found out, oh, crap, that's Cayenne. Because what is this if not an opportunity to mess with your siblings? I would have done the same fucking thing. Yeah, start walking, start getting into the forest, and even though it literally just got made, there's people moving in already.
You know, some haunts, man.
Yeah. And Scav gets the idea. It's like, hey, we should probably light up the toes.
The talismans. Yeah.
That's what I
No,
said.
the
Actually,
toes,
you
man.
know,
Toes.
I seem to remember Nikolai saying like, "Shouldn't we be using these things?"
It wasn't. It wasn't Scav that originally said it. It was Nikolai that said we should probably write it now.
Yeah, well,
Which
it was
Scav
said,
agreed with.
and the toast got lit on fire, which was just a great fucking aroma.
But it worked.
And it fucking smells bad.
But it
dude.
worked.
We gotta come up with something better. But yeah, took a while to get there, but eventually we get to up to the body of water. I was never quite sure how big it was, but that doesn't really matter. And right as we get there, get into the clearing, that's when we find out that that fucking cloak had an extra little hidden feature. Springs back to life. Brings its wearer with it, and decides he's gonna fight now. Also happen to mention, because he's probably not that bright, that as long as the cloak is intact, he's still a problem. So all the siblings agreed unanimously and almost uncharacteristically.
This is a great plan.
Cayenne is going to take Feisty and Noodle to the pond, while the three brothers are going to fix the problem. Violently, hopefully quickly, and apparently with much, much fire.
Yeah, that seems to be your guys' default. Cayenne goes full stabby stabby murder. You guys go toasty toasty marshmallow.
Hey, it works.
Look, in Mongo's defense, his first name suggests he can bring the heat.
Wow. Wow.
How was he supposed to melt things?
Nice icebreaker there, bud.
Yeah.
Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, so Scav, Nikolai, and Mongo just decide to not fuck around in any way, shape, or form and end this motherfucker. Wants a fireball, punching with bombs. Even Nigel made a guest appearance.
And giving warm hugs.
Yes. Very, very heated hugs. Ace.
Yes, that
fucking
was so
Ace
cool.
rocked the dude, turned his face into a fucking speed bag because I may or may not have put haste on Ace. And didn't fucking die.
Yes, that was so dope.
He does not need to be rebuilt. He might, need to take a breather. But he's still in one piece. And yeah, at some point in time, the brothers realized they kind of fucked up and didn't end the problem fast enough because he got off a couple of shots. One hitting Cayenne in the shoulder, the other hitting Feisty in the throat, which, wowzers, did that piss everybody off. Noodle kind of went into full panic attack. Cayenne did Cayenne things and made sure Feisty was fine. Got her to the water. And then decided to help out in just fucking ending this dude. She does her macabre druid things. Less blood involved this time. Literally jabs thumbs into eyes. As, yeah, everybody else just decided to roast the motherfucker. And eventually just turned him into an asshole.
God.
Yeah, so with that over, then the question of how was Feisty was brought up. And nobody knew, so we just kind of went to the water and waited. We found out very shortly after, because we were all summoned to some ceremonial area. Temple. Scav didn't mention it, so. But yeah, representative of each deity that all of the siblings follow. Not a lot of conversation, but basically like, hey, shut up and stand there. Mongo got to see everybody else kind of step forward and things happen. So it's like, all right, that seems what we're doing. So Mongo steps forward, goes off to another location. Yeah. Sees a few things around, but the most important part is Feisty is there, not hurt. Yeah, Mongo didn't really pay attention to what was around. He just kind of got overjoyed that Feisty was not dying and just bear hugged her. Eventually she asked, like, what am I to you? Mongo's only response was, like, best friend and family. Then they all kind of went back to the, I guess, poolside. Eventually, all the water kind of did some weird magic stuff and formed into Feisty, into her final form. So now her like front paws are now basically just talons. She's got a beak. Very Griffin displacer beast.
Displacer Griffin.
Yeah. So now she's even more badass. And yeah, there's just a lot of overjoyed goofing around, playing, cuddling, hugging. And that's pretty much where we left off. Oh, and Feisty told Mongo to go grab that souvenir. Mongo tried to, it's like, well, fucking get it later. Feisty insisted, so it's like, all right, fine. Went and grabbed it as fast as he could and got back to the pile. Yeah, and that's where we left off.
You're up.
Well, just like everyone else said, started off with Scavard breaking into Mongo's room out of nervousness and worry because he wasn't responding, since he was in a death-like sleep. Eventually, got him up, gave him his upgraded talisman, and while they went off to go ahead and do their own things, eventually everybody gathered together back at the table once we started to reach our destination to discuss plans. It's where we learned the nature of like how we were gonna do this and get things situated, and Mongo and Nikolai decided to go ahead and discuss the intrusion of Meowstache Maggie aboard the ship while Cayenne went to go create the forest.
Oh, yeah.
During that time, Scavard went to go and spend some time with Feisty and place some blessings upon her. Once the forest was made and everything was set, Feisty was moved down to an area to where she could be taken into the forest, where Cayenne turned into a dire owlbear and gave Scavard quite a scare. But we started going in and eventually started seeing signs of course, many of the spirits and such that were rumored to be here. So we lit up the talismans, which turned out to have worked quite well, even though they were not the upgraded ones, they were the basic ones. And eventually we came to the center of the forest where that cloak that was given to us from the Dragoness and Aurella reanimated and declared his weakness. Mongo, Nikolai, and Scavard decided that we needed to work together on this one and buy Cayenne time. Unfortunately, dice were not in our favor for that. the battle was rough. Many times people got badly hurt. Few 20s were rolled, a few 1s were rolled. Mongo blasted the cloak. Scavard caught Snake Chain from a straight toss and slapped Snake Chain onto the cloak. And Nikolai dropped Nigel upon the cloak. However, this slippery bastard seemed to avoid just about everything. And then, unfortunately, Ace missed one hell of a strike and got a scab.
Forgot about that.
And Mongo couldn't hit him afterwards, even though Snake Chain
Yeah.
was there because he had that stupid uncanny dodge thing that he could do.
Yeah, I
So
accidentally clocked Snake Chain with a
he threw a
fucking
blade at Feisty.
I forgot
And
about
Cayenne.
Scav getting haymakered.
Yeah, Scav got most of the damage from the party.
Yeah, no, I tried to do everything I could to keep the party like safe and alive, and it got to a point to as soon as that blade was thrown at Feisty and Cayenne, honestly, I didn't know what to do. This is a huge threat. Things are not looking good in our favor, and I'm looking at my inventory. I'm like, okay, I have one left. So Scabbard took the unstable bomb, tackled the gray cloak away from the party, and set the bomb off against this cloak's head with a punch, and nearly took himself. Well, he did take himself out of the fight. Nearly killed himself, but figured like, hey,
Yeah, dropped you to 0.
need to do something about this. If I can at least take him out of this, it's gonna hurt. It might even kill me, but it's gonna buy everybody else some time. And it did not. And Scabbard nearly died. But things happened. Feisty was drawn into the
Scav got fucking shanked while he was
yeah.
down.
Skyrim tried to do everything he could to keep everyone alive and nearly got himself killed to do it, but I think it bought everybody just enough time to do what they needed to do. And if it wasn't for Mongo's quick thinking, Scabbard wouldn't be here. Probably not Feisty either. But we managed to pull through, and everyone together ganged up on this guy. So Cayenne locked him down and started basically crushing this cloak's skull. Mongo and Scabbard started using fire. Mongo using what was it, Burning Hands or something like that? I don't know. It was some sort of fire spell. Scabbard used
Fire.
Sacred Flame, and Nikolai called upon the divine powers of Eureka and amplified both Mongo and Scabbard's fires. Altogether, we basically brought this bastard down. We were then left alone there, didn't know what happened, didn't know what was going on, and started to see emissaries of everybody's deities. And we were taken to some sort of a divine realm, where we were then asked a question from Feisty directly, who she was to each of us. And everybody basically made it clear, like, she was family. And Scabbard made it clear, like, hey, willing to, just like anybody else in the party, he was willing to die for her, and almost fucking did. But we were then all given a test. Feisty or our personal ties to her. And we all chose Feisty. As a result, she was reborn into something new, bigger, better, and actually free from any bonds that she had originally, becoming a displacer griffin. And even though everything was all said and done and we celebrated, the danger wasn't over yet. We still have to get out of the forest, and it made sense because it was our biggest trial at the time. Scabbard, before we ended the night, performed the coming of age ceremony upon the whole party. Everyone is now technically considered adults, and gain a little bit of a benefit of that for the next 24 hours until we're out of this dangerous forest. But that is where we left off.
All right. One hell of a fucking recap tonight. With that, we're going to take a small pause, and then we're going to jump into tonight's session.
forward to your ability checks for the next 24 hours to everybody.
Okay, and we're live for tonight. The doors are open. Cayenne has made herself extra cranky for those bad motherfuckers to get in her way. And Mongo's gonna try not to piss his pants. As the stars float overhead, you guys lay in the tall grass next to Feisty, enjoying the cool air, finally able to catch your breath. Scabbard, the adrenaline wearing off, the sudden pain hitting your entire body like a freight train. Very vaguely remembering the one time that you actually pissed off Cayenne and she threw you down the stairs.
The one time?
Thrown like a javelin.
More like a very, like, when a little girl stands at the top of the steps and just throws down the Barbie doll or Raggedy Ann and it bounces off the steps.
God.
I have done that, but with G.I. Joe figures. Because all the Barbies that I had were missing their lower halves or their heads.
That seems really on brand.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's surprised to hear this information.
No?
Now, question is, was it you or was it a dog or?
Oh no, I intentionally did it. I played mad scientist and turned all of my Barbies into centaurs with the My Little Pony toys that I had.
That's pretty awesome.
That's
That's pretty great.
hilarious,
Why the
actually.
fuck am I not surprised?
And I was very meticulous. I matched the hair color of the Barbies to the tail color of the My Little Ponies.
All right then.
Wow, that's pretty amazing, actually.
That deserves actually, yeah,
have to
that
applaud
deserves
this.
that deserves an applause.
That's good. Cayenne, you suddenly feel the pain in your shoulder from where the blade had hit.
Everything hurts.
I am going to look for any wood around to make a small torch so I can just cauterize it.
Shit, I've got to grab dice.
Your chest is right there.
I know, they're over here. I forgot to pull out a handful of dice. Oh, there goes Sweetie Cat looking for Cayenne.
Aw.
It's tradition.
Every single session that she's not here, that cat goes looking for you. Okay. Cayenne, you feel Noodle scurry up you and goes to your shoulder where oozing out blood. It sticks his whole finger into the wound as far as it will go. And then just gently pulls his finger out with a and it just heals. For 3 points of healing.
You never told me the damage of what that dagger did last session.
I know.
Yeah.
So did that heal me back up to like my full hit points?
Since I don't remember, sure.
Okay.
All I know is whatever dagger you used for me was necrotic, and that shit sucked.
I took off half your life.
I'm stuck at 56 temporarily.
Oh no,
Oh,
56.
no.
Twice as much
That's
as
more
everybody
than me. I probably got the lowest hit points of the entire party.
I don't know. I'm a fucking wizard.
No,
We don't
I
have a
think-
big ass
I
amount
think
of hit
Cayenne and
points here.
Nikolai are tied. We both have 38, I think.
My max is
I've got one
75.
more point than you.
Oh my
38.
god.
You're at 38?
Yeah.
Okay. Jesus.
So,
Great, we're the
At
class
this
plan
point-
cannon party.
the table is yours on deciding what to do.
So when is this now? Like just a few minutes later?
About 5 minutes after.
Okay. All right. Everybody's breathing. Is everybody okay?
I don't know. I'm gonna look over and look at all wounds and
Medicine.
medicine.
Cayenne, are you going to investigate Scabbard's arm?
May as
Yes.
well.
Noodle's going to
Yeah.
give you assistance, Cayenne.
22.
Would that be medicine or just investigation?
Medicine. One of your strong points. I'm just
Yeah,
waiting
so
for. Go ahead.
is since Noodle is helping, is that advantage?
Yes, it is.
Okay, because that would have been a 1.
Oh my god.
So with advantage, that's a 26.
Nice.
Nice.
The next opportunity to
I'm
turn
waiting for
into a
Cayenne to
cyborg.
just get to town and pick up a fanny pack that's basically a med kit. Because that
She
seems
just needs
really on
to-
brand.
She needs to update her harness to like an ESA or service horse vest. Just the trauma tar.
The traumatar.
Helping deal trauma and recover from.
Yes.
With as much medicine as she does, I honestly think she deserves the medic feat.
At this point, she might just earn it.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Oh my god, new nickname, Traumatar.
I mean, I'm just gonna say this: my highest proficiencies are animal handling, medicine, and survival.
Traumatar.
Yeah. Yeah.
Veterinarian.
So, Noodle works with you, Cayenne, pointing to spots, and it allows you to get out. And Ace is gonna come over. Oh no. And points at specific areas for you to cut open Scabbard's arm so he can reach in and fix the bones with your assistance.
Oh, fuck.
And Ace is holding your arm so you can't move at all as they begin to basically slice open your arm.
Wait, and take the sword handle and just bite down on it.
And they're just basically doing a traditional Da Vinci dissection on your arm to get to the bones
That was
and
a
reset
22
them.
on, 22 on medicine, by the way.
I need you to roll a con.
Oh no!
Totally gonna watch this.
Don't for. Oh yeah, that's right. Let's see.
Cayenne's probably enjoying the shit out of this.
Modified 20. Wait, Constitution. 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 27.
Oh, you're sticking with it, but oh no.
I only read the dice and not the modifier.
Do you want me to try to,
Ooh.
so that way he doesn't shout and scream too damn much?
I'm biting down on this thing. If at most, I'm like grunting and.
Yeah, you're gonna
Loudly.
die hard the thing like you do.
Feisty just comes over, reaches over with a paw, and holds your snout shut. It's like a vice grip around almost your entire head is in her, like, she's just holding, like, your head disappears in her paw size as she's holding you. You see nothing but darkness.
Like, where did the lights go?
And, yeah.
Can I get close enough to do an investigation so I can write down his anatomy?
Yeah,
It's
sure.
totally fucked up.
Sure, yeah. That's just the most awkward.
If I see this, can I try to push him away?
Just gently.
Character sheet. What is my investigate? Oh, that would be a 19.
A 19.
Mm-hmm.
You see him pull out his parchment, and he starts doodling on it, like taking notes on Scabbard's fucked up arm. But surprisingly, he's not getting in the way of the whole operation.
If I see him doing this, I'm going to glare in his direction.
You feel the familiar glare of Cayenne.
What? I helped put his leg back together. Might have to put his
Yeah,
arm
but
back together.
You don't need to know his anatomy. I can find a cadaver for you.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess so, but I mean, that's his.
And so they're just basically piecing
Fucking
bunks back
weirdo.
together using healing spells, and for the next like 20 minutes, you're just dealing with this scabbard. As they eventually, Cayenne, roll another medicine with advantage.
Advantage is a 23.
Uh, you you probably take some pleasure in binding his arm shut with a splint and everything else to keep it all together, where he can't move his arm at all. Kind of like a druidic version of a cast.
Pretty sure that I've got enough like thorns and stuff that I could use as essentially a sewing needle of sorts.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally could do that. I mean, there is a cactus that does exist that people do that with.
And eventually you're relieved, and your arms in a splint is a sling next to your body.
So how messed up is his arm?
They had to piece together a bunch of bones, but healing will take care of it. Do an intelligence for me there.
I won't be swinging much of anything like this for a while.
17.
You are aware that there is a very talented medic on the ship. That's probably where Scabbard should go to once you get back.
It's probably not a good idea to take any potions or anything that might make anything permanent.
Yeah.
Well,
And
I
plus,
kind of
we'd
assumed
need
that
to
we're
go-
heading back to the ship. Their medic should probably finish up.
Noodle comes over to you and just puts a paw right between your eyes. You just have a noodle-shaped blood print between your eyes.
Of scav blood.
Thank you, Noodle.
You've been buzzed by a handprint.
Take up the blade and sheath it for now. Well, at least I can still use my shield. Alright. Better start making our way back. Thank you. It all hurts.
So how reflective is the pool?
It's not there anymore.
Oh, the pool's not there altogether? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Not it turned into a crater. That's where Mongo got his one
Souvenir.
thingy.
I didn't catch that it turned into something different. I thought it was just a water-filled crater.
All the liquid basically congealed into what Feisty is
Ah,
now.
okay.
You're so
I didn't
much
catch
bigger
that.
now. You know that, Feisty?
Feisty looks very confused.
Actually, I have a mirror in my backpack.
Oh,
Yeah. Like this big. Probably.
For eyes, that might be better. I'm gonna take it out and or silver hand mirror.
She rears up like a terrified horse, stumbles backwards into the brush, and you can hear her fall over, and a bunch of things go splattering in different directions. You can hear shrubbery being destroyed under her weight, and you don't hear anything after that.
Feisty?
Feisty, you alright?
Traumatize the
Feisty?
poor girl. Jeez, like right away.
Oh, crap. Yeah, what kind of fucking mirror was that?
It was just a simple mirror for a spell component. Nothing magical.
Are you fucking sure?
100% sure. It was cheap as fuck.
No, because I don't know if one of us took that fucking mirror out of the vault. That
No.
kind of sent you into another place, and I'm a little worried that you used
No,
that
this
for-
this is one that I bought in a component shop.
Well, what are you two doing?
Going
Nikolai
is
the
a fucking
direction that
mirror.
Feisty went. how thick is the forest in this area?
There's the edge, and then it's your typical forest. There's shrubbery and such.
The canopy's not super thick. That's what I'm asking. Okay, Ace, can you get up there and see if you can see her where she went?
Ace is like,
Come on, buddy. You're the only one that can fly. Well, I guess
oh
Feisty can. now.
no! You see Ace take off, and he gives thumbs up,
Mhm.
and he looks forward, and you guys watch almost like in a cartoon fashion as he hits face first into a tree.
Oh God! You fucking George of the Jungle.
What's wrong? Are you okay, buddy?
He rolled a 1 on his flying.
Oh
no.
crap! Is he still hasted too?
Yes.
Oh fuck!
Oh,
It's
no.
moving beam.
I mean,
And you
he's
just
made
see-
of metal. More than likely, he probably went through the
You
tree.
just see deep cracks in this tree as some of the bark falls off, and he lands on his back on the ground.
Ace!
Run
the
over
grass.
there. Are you okay, buddy?
I'm gonna try and get up.
Okay, first thing I'm gonna do is look at that fucking mirror to make sure.
Hand it over.
Arcana.
Simple mirror.
So you thought.
Natural 20.
Damn, I was gonna fuck with you, but I just don't want to at this point because I would make you cry. It's a normal, shitty quality mirror. And the image is slightly distorted because it's such a low quality.
Like, she's literally just like, it's a 3 copper fucking mirror.
And you would be the one fucking guy to accidentally grab the magic one and use that instead. Fucking tell me I'm wrong.
Cayenne, are you gonna go look for Feisty?
Yeah, she
With-
would have already been heading to the shrubbery.
We need to find her.
Do a nature for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if Noodle can go help Ace now, and I'll head to the trench too.
That's
That's-
that's a 13.
It takes you a few minutes, but you're ahead of the group, and you do find Feisty, and she motions up at you as you get over to her and you stand over her, and she goes, "Shh," and then she acts like she's playing dead with a natural 20 on her
Oh, for
performance.
fuck's sake.
You guys get through the shrubbery and you catch up to Cayenne, and you see Feisty laying there on her back, her tongue sticking out, splayed out.
Wait, Feisty?
I've seen her play. Have I seen her play dead before?
Yes.
I'm gonna find her favorite scritchy spot.
Oh, no. Do animal handling with advantage because you have done that. Yeah, she's laying there, not moving at all, not even looking like she's breathing.
I'm going to approach quickly.
That's a
Yeah.
13.
As the brothers all approach Feisty, you know exactly where to tickle her.
I was still tending to Ace because he just ran into a tree.
Oh, yeah. Okay, you're with Ace and Noodle.
Hey,
And,
dude, what happened?
It's like right in her back paw on the beam, just like right between the toes. It's a really ticklish spot that she has.
Just like Mars.
Mars is generating his own orbit.
Yeah, he is. Him is fat boy. He fully embodies the size of the red planet.
Is he the orange planet?
So you, as the brothers approach, do you start tickling her foot?
Yep.
As you guys start panicking and you start getting close to her to check on her, and you're like starting to panic there, Scav, because you're like, oh no, we just got her back. We just got her back. Cayenne goes over to like one foot that's sticking up and starts tickling it. She starts trying to not like starting to break her performance and starts kicking and starts rolling around.
Yeah.
And she rolls back over and she's like, she just kind of gives off a nonchalant shrug about the whole situation.
I'm a headbutter.
Yeah, no headbutts.
You
Yeah.
know, the cat headbutt.
Go ahead and hug her. Like,
Hug
don't do that. We just got you back.
Now, and Ace
You
looks up
would-
at you. Go ahead.
You
Cayenne.
would know that she plays dead if you spent more time with her, Scav.
I do want to spend more time with her. But she's always either off doing something or always busy. And same thing for me.
You get over to Ace, and Ace is like, he's just like, he's like, He's like pointing at like 3 of you.
What happened?
He sign languages. I went so fast.
You know, I just realized something. We just ran into the forest. I'm gonna use detect good and evil.
You okay, buddy?
Cayenne throwing fucking haymakers and words over here.
So, I detect any celestial fiends or undead within our
You have to
vicinity.
pick one.
For paladin? Nope, we don't. It's the ranger one that's specific that you have to pick.
So you're investigating Ace?
Yeah, it's like, do you need some? Are you okay, buddy?
Puts a thumbs up.
All right, let's
Just
go find Feisty.
Went so fast.
So fast.
He's not used to being sped up that much.
Can you imagine that? You're kind of used to this. You go.
Yeah, because I think it like doubles your fucking movement speed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see there are a few things that you're gonna have to get used to. I know seeing your new appearance was a bit startling, to say the least.
Starts shaking her arm out like it's like an illusion.
Yeah, you're bigger, more bird-like, elegant even, like a griffin.
She's just in full panic mode.
There's no reason to panic. You finally get to be who you've always meant to be.
Something that can be free.
She reaches over and she grabs your hat and starts using it like a brown paper bag.
breathing into
Humphrey.
Humphrey.
Humphrey just speaks to you in your head. I don't feel comfortable with this.
I understand. And this will be over soon.
But yeah,
If it gives you any comfort, Feisty, you have wings now and you'd be able to fly without the use of
instantly-
magic.
But she starts hyperventilating even more and like. If you want, Cayenne, you can roll an animal handling to calm her down.
Animal handling did not go as planned with a 1.
can I attempt to calm her down since I actually know like things that she enjoys and such?
What was that you got, Cayenne?
I got a 1.
Oh no.
Oh fuck.
More panic.
Oh no. So as you approach Feisty to try and calm her down, she panics almost like a startled horse, which you should be familiar with. And that massively long tail with the feathers comes around and just cold cocks you across the face.
Ow.
Nearly knocks you ass over head.
Damn. Do that to a centaur is rather impressive, actually.
He's larger and heavier than me. It wouldn't be that difficult.
That's still impressive. That'd be like something hitting a horse hard enough to knock it over, like knocking it back over.
I've done that.
The phrasing on it makes it ambiguous, but the ruling is it's essentially giving you a list of things you can choose to detect.
So stop arguing with the DM.
So you can know the location of any celestial, fiend, or undead. That or tells me that it is you pick one or
Yeah.
one of those things to detect, not all 3.
Okay. Let's go with any undead then, since we know there's spirits here.
Off in the distance there are none in immediate vicinity. And Feisty drops Humphrey and instantly goes over to Cayenne and starts like putting her hands on your shoulders and checking to make sure you're okay. And
I'll mage paw Humphrey back. Try to clean him up, make him feel a little bit better.
I'm okay, Feisty.
Not going to say the joke. I just came to mind. Nope, not going to say it.
So she eventually starts to calm down as you rejoin the group, and she's just like all spread out like startled cat. Like there's a lot for her to figure out.
Little to get used to there, huh?
Deep breaths.
You're okay, Feisty. You're okay.
Also, we shouldn't linger here too long. I do sense a presence not far away. Not a good one either.
About how far away are we from the camp and the boat?
Probably about an hour and a half.
An hour and a half. Okay. So the first incense is probably gone already.
It's wearing off. That's why things are starting to close in that
Okay.
Scabbard can detect.
I can
Yeah. We probably need to get going, guys.
give me a moment. I'm gonna take out the sensor that Belle gave us.
There's no need for that. We can just burn the other set. The sensor is probably going to last a lot longer. We only have about an hour and a half. Trip
Well,
to
the
work.
initial tow that you got
Uh-huh.
was upgraded into these.
I thought we ended up getting two different.
You only have
sets.
one.
Oh, I thought we had the initial one plus ones that we got.
No, these
from...
were essentially upgraded to be the improved version.
The sensor is basically what's gonna be our saving grace right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and take it. And actually, Nikolai.
What?
Can't exactly use my other arm right now.
Yeah.
You do the honors. Light it.
Diane, Feisty's leaning on you, like trying to apologize, like she's done in the past. Like when she does something when it hurts somebody, she'll lean on you.
I'm just gonna grab her by the sides of her face and plant a kiss in the middle of like her forehead.
And she just looks at you, and it's like she's got that really beautiful catness, but she also has like plumes of feathers, and they just kind of spread out like she's almost blushing.
Just
I
so you
promise
all know,
I promise I'm okay, Feisty.
just so you all know, and make sure that Feisty and Cayenne can hear this too. I have no more magic that I can use at the moment other than my cantrips.
Okay.
So right now, this is
So let's stop dilly dallying and let's go.
right. Feisty, do you mind if I ride on your back?
Feisty just walks up behind you and grabs you by one of the straps on your armor and carries you like a kitten.
That works. So long as I'm placed in the center of this, I can go ahead and cast this around the entire group and make sure get everybody in it.
The ground is suddenly a bit far away as she's just carrying you.
Yep.
And you just see his little body swaying back and forth with her walk.
So Scav is doing the swaying of the sensor and Feisty's doing the swaying of the staff.
Does that mean that it covers more area?
No.
Make sure I pick up Noodle.
So this
Have him on shoulder.
this should last us long enough to get out of here.
So,
Start marching out, yeah.
yeah.
Hop back in the machine.
You can
and...
roll a survival there with advantage since you already know how to get in here and you're the creator of this.
I'm gonna walk right beside Feisty.
Survival is a 15.
Nice. So yeah, you guys are just walking along and
I'm rolling along.
Hmm?
I'm rolling along.
Diane will definitely have her glaive on the ready just in case.
swinging his gaff, swinging his gaff. Yeah, you're just hooked in her beak right now, just kind of as she walks along, just not even, his weight doesn't really mean much to her.
Yeah, don't see how it could.
Yeah. Even with his armor on, it's like,
Yeah.
All of 100 pounds, maybe. With his
Gav,
armor
you're
on.
realizing that if she were to pin you down, she'd just be able to peel you out of that armor like it was nothing. And yeah, eventually, Cayenne, do one more survival for me with that advantage you got.
I don't really need advantage because that was a natural 20.
Yeah, you can't get
Nice.
any better than a natural 20. Yeah, that's true.
Also, I
It's
keep
not worth something
forgetting
like
that
hitting
when I
dice to
get a
roll the dice
natural
again.
20, it makes noises at me.
That's right, you have the creepy dice that does that.
Yeah, I have the corrupted one. I'm like, oh, that's a weird noise.
The mimic ones are pretty cool.
They have mimic dice.
Yeah, they do.
We'll check them out.
Mm-hmm. Digital dice.
Uh, so as you're following Cayenne, you head off towards, back home, and you eventually come to another small clearing that's rather overgrown. And you can feel hostility here mixed with good memories. And it's a small clearing. You can see a broken, like a pagoda type of building that's been destroyed. And a bit off from that, you actually see a well that's slightly collapsed at the top. The green of it, where the stone is, has been broken.
We didn't pass this on our way here, did we?
Not that I remember.
I don't like it because I'm not sensing anything good. I'm sensing hostility.
No, I also mentioned you are sensing things of good that's
Oh.
intertwined.
Or
I'm sensing good. I think you said memories. I'm sensing good memories, but I'm also sensing a hostile presence.
We threw around kind of like every big gun in our arsenal. We didn't accidentally.
Oh
this
my
area
god,
As well.
that's adorable.
Oh,
So with Thumbertrod, he runs out and he eats the D20 with his dice set.
That's
fucking
pretty
great.
I love that fat dragon
Well,
so
didn't-
much.
didn't they say that the astral plane is kind of forward and backward and all over time all the time?
Something like that.
Maybe we moved into some type of future where there's memories here that we've made.
You can do a perception.
Certainly worth trying. $15.
15 from Scatter.
16.
16.
$22.
22. Cayenne.
Mine is a 19.
Nice. You recognize it before anybody else. This particular area you've gotten from seeing your parents interact. This was a common spot for basically the moms to hang out and chat. Almost like a garden type area that they basically gathered and spoke to each other about things that they needed to discuss.
So kind of like that scene from Braveheart with William Wallace and his lady, where they would sneak off to meet.
I haven't seen the movie in forever, but yes. That is a very good comparison.
This seems like a place that my parents used to meet.
And you guys are starting to recognize it a bit too as a common meeting place for the parents.
Hmm.
Whether if it's just all the guys or if it's all the girls or just as couples.
Oh, okay.
Does
You
this
said that
feel?
there was a shack.
Padoga. That's basically
Let's
broken
go check
down.
it out.
Okay, investigation.
Yeah, for sure.
What are you gonna check out, Cayenne?
I'm going to check out the area around it.
Okay.
What
Investigation.
used to be, I guess, the garden area.
That is a 21.
Well, you have to convince Spicy to set you down first because she's still holding you.
Feisty, can you set me down, please, for a moment?
Sets you down.
22.
Take a look around real quick.
Oh fuck.
I
Go
got an
investigate
18.
with a 1.
An 18? Oh, this is fun.
Is he going to be your Timmy down the well?
Likely.
Probably.
You're checking out the Padoga, and you can almost hear faint whispers of conversations of your lineage there. You can't really make out what they're saying, but you can almost hear like your mother and father talking or talking to someone. Like almost like distant spirits kind of type of thing.
Spirits or memories?
Memories. What about you, Scab? What were you investigating?
I'm mostly just investigating the area and see if there's anything of like significance here that would like show signs of like, hey, who was here? We know like the family was here, but like, what was this for?
You start walking over to the well, and we'll get back to that. Cayenne, you're investigating the garden area, and you're getting much of the same feeling as Scabbard. The whispers and the sense that your mother spent time here tending to the garden, and it both happy and just sudden feelings of like pure anger, like she did something to this garden out of spite. And as you start to focus on that, you hear the gizmo that he's in. We're up. Like, and then you're like, oh, then you hear like screams from his like reach-a-majig as it starts spinning super fast and you lose control and it goes right past you, Scab. You can't only have time to respond to try and grab it. As it hits a rock and it goes up and it goes through where the well is broken open and you hit the wall on the other side and it just suddenly just tink, clink, clink.
It does have Featherfall.
Yeah.
Okay.
You just see as you go over to the well and you look down at Scabbard, you just see the light going further away.
Did that just happen?
How frequently
What
can
is
I
it?
use Nigel?
What is it with Nikolai falling into holes?
I don't
You know what?
think
It's him and Scab.
I
Okay,
don't-
both of them fucking fall into shit.
Look, I don't think that one was his fault. Something just happens.
Vicey goes over to the well where it's at, and she just kind of looks around and she's just like, she tries to put her head to look down the well, but she can't, and
It's
she gets
just
angry and
too
she just
big.
rips the entire top part of the well off. And fragments would go flying across the open space.
How often can I use Nigel?
And Vicey's like,
Translation?
well, fuck.
How much rope do we have? Let's see. I have.
I'm
I have
gonna
100
see
feet of
if
rope.
there are any like lengthy like roots or vines nearby that I could potentially lower
advantage.
them down.
Yeah, roll a nature.
At least I'm floating.
Such a stupid idea, but it could work. I highly doubt Cayenne will go through with it, though. Have Cayenne
19.
go down with Feisty and everybody else holding the rope. And then Cayenne can use all four of her legs like a crane and just grab onto the reach of a chicken.
What
Wow.
madness are you thinking?
God, do you think
Cayenne
I'm
would-
helpless?
If Feisty cannot fit her head in the well, what makes you think that Cayenne would be able to fit any part of her in it?
Look,
Okay, I know what I'm doing as soon as I have the opportunity to speak.
You do start finding some long vines that could actually be used even around the garden area, essentially. That you can utilize for creating a quick makeshift save Nikolai rope.
basically try to fashion this vine into a lasso that if you put enough pressure on it, it will tighten.
All right.
Try not to
Slight
get it around his neck.
survival for that.
I have 100 feet of rope I can lend her to News for that too.
And at least take a peek over, see what the fuck is going on.
I got a 12.
A 12. You're trying to be meticulous with it, so it's taking a little bit longer time to actually fashion the rope because you don't want it to get halfway down there and just break.
At least I'm floating, not plummeting.
You look down and you just see the light going further away slowly.
Is Nikolai still in there?
Did you like yell or anything?
Yeah, I'm probably. What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, he's still in there, all right.
Yeah, so essentially playing it back in your head, I'm assuming that you were going to open the hatch to look around this area. And you
Yeah.
accidentally push the gas button with
Yeah.
your foot.
That makes sense. Yeah, push the accelerator.
What are you doing, Nikolai?
Pull snake chain out. Grab onto something, buddy.
Okay, snake chain's gonna try. Snake chain fails gloriously as it's a well, and he just wraps around the ball.
I mean, it's fair. I didn't know if there was like some protruding rocks or branches or vines or anything. Okay. Do I have any understanding on that ability, that boost thing?
Huh?
The boost thing that you gave my character. Still haven't done it enough intentionally to know. Okay, well then fuck.
At this point, he's approaching 60 feet away.
Well, that answers that question. Okay, that plans out.
Cayenne, Ace comes over to you. Oh, go ahead. So, Ace is standing there looking down the well at like everybody else.
Well, shit.
Yeah, I had nothing.
Um,
Thank God I have Featherfall.
How well can you tie a harness?
well, assuming he actually gets to a fucking point, he could probably just get out of the damn thing, let it shrink, put it in his pocket, and then it's going to be a lot easier to fucking carry Nikolai up than anything else. So who goes down there to, or do we just throw a rope down there, hope he's smart enough to grab a hold and...
Look, can you tie a climbing harness? I can't. I only have one arm right now.
Ace motions like this to himself.
That
Okay.
you
Do you want us to tie a harness around you, Ace?
Yeah.
Cool.
Makes perfect sense. If he can fit in there.
Now roll sleight of paw to do that.
So this hole is only maybe about 4 feet in diameter.
It's a typical well size. It's not very big. It's
Yeah.
big enough to get a bucket down there.
Yeah, the research that you said is about 3 feet in diameter. So
Yeah.
You know, this might actually help. I'm
Said sleight of paw? Yeah, that's a 6.
6. Cayenne, do a survival for me.
taking spare.
Survival's 15.
You're watching Mongo tie the rope to Ace and make a harness on him, and you're realizing that he's doing it all wrong. That basically, if Ace goes and jumps down this well, he's going to decapitate himself with the rope.
God damn.
Please stop me. I
Uh,
want to hang the monkey.
He's a manticore now.
You're going to end up decapitating Ace if he were to crawl inside that well. Would that?
Yeah, I don't know why I'm the one doing this.
I can't right now.
So that means I can? When the fuck have I ever tied shit?
Hey, and you can
You're
roll
doing the
another
one
survival.
all the
And
time.
you're,
Get
Can
the
I
fuck
see
with
the
someone.
bottom?
no, it's just darkness.
I will help Mongo with this.
Thank you.
Kind of
Little drop of lit
use
torch
it as
down there.
a teaching moment in case Mongo ever needs to do this in the future.
Perception as she rolls survival.
I'm taking spare out of the backpack.
That is cock.
Having her come
I
out.
got a 26.
Perception.
Mhm.
So modified 20.
She's going through this, making a harness on Ace, and you're watching, and you're like, oh, I get it now. You take
not
spare.
around the neck. Got it.
And
Yeah, no,
as you
that's
guess
more news than I was
finish,
doing.
Ace just Geronimo's in.
Does he Star Lord?
Sure, let's roll. With a 17.
So you flipping me off directly for basically trying to tie a noose around his neck?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And Pisces just watching the rope just unraveling very quickly.
The other end's tied to something, right?
She holds up the other end.
You holding it? Perfect. Don't let go.
Hold on to that tight. I'm gonna grab onto part of it and quickly well, I can't do it with that arm. Quickly put it around like the saddle of spare. All right, spare. Alley-oop.
And zooms off. You just see Scab go in the opposite direction with this horse.
Whoa! Not too far. Slow down.
It just keeps going like it happened before.
Stop.
I thought I was the one who's supposed to get the fucking zoomies. What's everybody else
Wait,
running around
wait.
like fucking maniacs?
Spare.
Yes, it's
We
it's the rocking horse he has that can turn into an actual little pony.
Oh.
And you just watch this little pony take off with Scab in the opposite direction, and you hear Spare going, "I'm a leaf on the wind."
No.
All right, I will use this to my advantage then. I'm gonna go ahead and try and take the part of the rope that I have, intertwine it between trees to make sure it's secure as best I can.
It's turning into a fucking like. We just need to play that one song.
Benny Hill.
Yes. And Cayenne's probably standing there with Spicy going, "What's going on?" as they look at each other.
Cayenne, correct me. Look, I'm new to the whole spelunking endeavor here. But with Scav taking up kind of a lot of what you made that direction, is Ace going to have enough to actually get to Nikolai?
I'd be 120 feet down now if I was still falling.
Well, there is 100 feet of
At
rope
least.
attached to it too, though. So
So let's see. You
At
guys
some point in time,
have-
don't we need his dumbass to come back? Probably slowly.
Well, you have 300 feet of rope compared with what Cayenne got.
Jesus Christ. Damn.
You know what? I'm gonna attempt to help and just use like prestidigitation because I'm assuming nobody fucking set up a goddamn pulley, and it's just the rope on like the stone of the well. So I'll at least like prestidigitate something slippery to help with that,
Mm.
so that way it doesn't like
Roll
start-
a intelligence.
fuck.
This is
There
Marvel's
wouldn't have been
intelligence,
really
not yours.
any way to do a pulley
Sorry.
system because Feisty ripped off the top part of the well, which did have a pulley.
The pulley might still be there and
Uh,
be attached later.
Sleight of hand
18.
with disadvantage.
oh shit.
You only have one hand, motherfucker.
Yeah. Okay, that's actually good.
You're like, what should I use? What should I use? What should I use? You start to go cast something that would work for that, and you're like, no, that's flammable. That's bad.
21.
21?
Oh,
Okay, yeah.
you have the handkerchief of muck. That could be a lubricant.
Oh,
Yes.
you can choose to use it.
It's the ultimate prank.
Pull it out and just hold it there.
Just pull it out and
Do you want to use it?
I mean, it would be slippery enough, probably. Yeah. But that means you have to hold on to it directly.
You pull it out, and it's just sticking to your paws instantly as you start to squeeze it. and then the smell just hits you. No, you like go with one hand and you go to like cover your mouth and it's all over your that hand you cover your mouth with.
Oh, I'm wiping this directly on fucking Nikolai. Oh, Christ.
Try and regain control of Spare.
Animal handling.
You spend some time with Spare.
It smells like gym socks and moldy eggs.
16.
There's nothing I can do. I ain't got
16?
any spells that'll do anything.
You search around your pack and you reach in and you pull out a carrot and you hold it in front of Spare and Spare just comes to a stop and you nearly fly off.
Oh, whoa. Are you done?
You said go. You
Yes.
clearly said go. I
did,
quit.
but not that far.
This
but
is your fault.
We really need to work on our communication. I understand this is only the second time we've spoke, but
You said go.
I
I
said
goed.
I probably shouldn't say the word. Let's back up slowly so we can give this rope some slack.
So as Spare starts to back up, Spare starts to audibly speak. Beep, 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 beep.
Now realizing I still have the sensor. And they don't have protection now.
And Spare is making very audible beep sounds. I learned this from a bard. If you back up, you should make audible noise.
Not a bad idea, but not always. But this is good. We're working together. We're doing something.
Feisty looks over at you, Cayenne, and looks over at Mongo, looks off in the direction of the forest, and just shakes her head like,
What was the translation of that?
Nothing has changed.
this is so fucked.
It really is. It seems like Nikolai and Scav are both destined to always fall in holes for some reason.
So you hear, and Feisty just nods at this in agreement, and you hear whistling above you as you're falling. And you look up, and you just can see the glowing smile of Ace as he's barreling towards you.
Okay, cool.
And his tongue hanging out, flapping along the side.
Cool. All right. Grab one end of snake chain with the reach-a-majig, lock the grip, and tell it to release and just hold it up.
And Ace collides with you, suddenly you tumbling in all sorts of directions. And he tries to grab you as the rope comes really taut. He's barely holding on to you with the very tip of his fingies
Oh shit.
as he pulls you in very close.
I'm pretty sure we felt that.
You would you got yanked back on her 13 feet.
Oh, I think we got him. I'm gonna call back. It work.
How fucking far away is it?
He's far. And Spare's response to you. Well, I made the noise and I backed up, so yes, it worked.
That's fair.
Thanks, buddy. Reach around, just hold on to him.
As you hold on to him, he begins to let go of Reach-a-Majig.
No, in the reach-a-majig.
Okay.
The reach-a-majig has the arms to reach around and hold on to him.
Feisty speaks to you in your head, Cayenne. Should I pull him up now or just let him hang there for a while?
I would just start pulling him up at this point.
And she's using all four front limbs. And it's just like,
All right.
I assume that's probably gonna start to make it feel a little slack. So as soon as that happens, I'll gather out the rope. Let's head back slowly, but not too slow.
She sprints a little bit, stops. Sprints a little bit, stops. Sprints a little bit, stops.
Brisk walk pace. How's that? A little pat. Little pat, pat.
Doing a full-on trot that nearly throws you off.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Careful, careful.
I know Jesse's over here relishing this. He probably understands exactly what's going on.
I do. I was a child who rode a pony for the first time once.
Once.
Never
What?
again.
Ponies are the spawn of Satan. That's the reason why their legs are so short to show where they're from.
They're cute but evil.
Considering I put my brother on one and he almost lost his life?
Damn.
Fuck.
Work with me here a little bit, please. We gotta be careful.
As you say that, she curves around a bush and like, watch out, bush! There could be danger. Oh, there's a rock. That's danger. Oh, that's definitely a danger. And she's avoiding a branch. Oh, there's another bush.
Carrot. Carrot.
It stops dead in her tracks, staring at the carrot.
See a carrot? Do you want the carrot? You can have the carrot. Here you go. Feed her the carrot.
Sits her happy ass down and starts eating the carrot.
Let's take a moment and assess the situation.
You hear crunching. We're on bed, Jack.
So, we need to get back to the group. But we need to do so briskly, but not too fast. We don't want to run. We don't want to cause any trouble or scare anybody. But we also still have to be a little bit quiet.
I need you to roll a strength check, please.
Oh, God.
Effectively, you just told her to go.
12.
Bear just poof, and she's taking off at full speed. If I say let's go the rope as it goes off in the opposite direction, because it's still interwoven throughout the forest.
Spare! Whoa!
And she's like, gotta go fast, gotta go fast. You told me to go.
I said brisk!
This is brisk.
That is speed!
And you look
Go
over Cayenne,
back!
and you think you're expecting an encounter with the monster. You see this pony come darting out as Nikolai comes flying out with Ace. And suddenly bouncing with Ace and sliding off the opposite direction as Spare goes flying past you.
Actually, I wonder how long she'll last without a rider. Doesn't she just like poof?
And Scabbard's barely hanging on as you watch this happen. You can roll an animal handling to take control of the situation.
Nikolai's up and out.
He's out.
Oh, I'm putting the handkerchief away, and I'm gonna go over, make sure he's okay.
This pony's a little too chaotic even for Cayenne with a 9.
You're like, ma'am. You can choose to roll an intimidation.
Yeah, still same thing.
jeez.
That's intimidation's a 2.
Now
Man.
Spare's starting to circle around this well, and the rope is starting to just kind of, become a tripping hazard.
Actually, I don't know if she has a command. Or it's for stop. Oh no, hiccups.
Feisty, can you please cut the rope?
Feisty just drops all of her claws down and cuts the rope.
There
You
ain't
open,
there ain't no way I'm stopping that pony. Scav's on his own.
I don't know how to stop her. Spare!
I guess it's time for you to figure that out there, bud.
Do
Since
you
you're
want a
supposed to-
carrot?
Since you're supposed to be a noble and have a steed, I guess you should probably figure out how to properly ride said steed.
I'm trying to bribe her with a carrot.
She just got full tunnel vision. She don't even see the carrot.
You said
Uh,
go fast, so she went fast.
So as you open the lid, you look up and you see Mongo staring up down at you.
Thanks for helping, buddy.
Offer a hand to help get him out.
Do you take the hand?
Do I think the machine received any damage?
It's probably fine.
Yeah, so give you a fist bump.
And you just feel the across your the bump hit across your arm. The smell suddenly just hits
Ah, you jackass. Ah, man. All right, fine. I get out of the reach majig.
Oh, I'm helping him out of the reach.
No, I don't need it. I need it. Wow.
How
Biggest wall, put it in my
far
pocket.
away? How
no,
far
you're
away
getting
am I
covered.
from Nikolai?
Probably about 30 to 40. I need you to roll
Kyan's
one
just-
more strength with disadvantage there.
Kyan's just going to yell over into Nikolai's direction, saying he's grounded from using the Reachimajig, his machine, until he learns how to control it properly.
You're not my mom.
I'm gonna pat him on the back.
You're in my forest, bitch.
And
That is
with
the
that,
code of the night.
because it beats you by 1 point, you see her come to a Spare come to a full stop and just buck, and you see Scav go flying through the air, launched about
Oh.
10 feet into the air.
So without a rider, does she just turn back into a rocking horse?
You just see her turn back into a wooden pony, rocking back and forth as you're airborne now.
I'm a. Am I coming down at an angle?
You're like just straight up,
Straight
like
up?
spinning in random directions.
I'm gonna try and right myself and stick the landing.
Fucking superhero landed, bud.
I'm gonna try acrobatics or.
Yep,
All right.
you just said it.
And I'll make sure that I'll stay right around Mongo as closely
Alright.
as I can.
I don't know if that'll do it. That was a 14.
You land at the superhero landing, and you try to like brace yourself and actually hit your arm that's injured with the landing.
And knowing what he did, I'm gonna give him a hug for gratitude.
As you're watching this happen, this just pure chaos with him and his steed, you just feel someone hug you, and that goop just sticking to you.
Oh, I'm gonna hug him right back and get all of it. I'm covered in the shit, so are you, bud.
Bothers me less.
And Feisty comes over and leans on you gently, Cayenne, like she does. To a degree, I miss this level of chaos.
I agree, but I am getting sick of having to get people out of holes.
Which
Half
one
the
do you
time,
think-
I'm tempted to just leave them there so they can figure their own way out.
we could stick them in a locked closet.
They'll still find a way to fall and get
Yeah.
hurt.
Or-
Fall through a hole in the floor.
Or invent a leash to where Nikolai has to stay as close to the party as humanly possible and is not allowed to go off on his own in said machine.
Oh no, a magical leash.
That will get
Or better yet,
silence.
if he does try to instruct Ace to break said machine to where it can't move.
Whoa. Double almost fell.
So, as the party is reunited, Scabbard starts walking back over to collect his magical horse.
Put Spare away. Ooh, you and I need some work to do.
Cayenne, enjoying the vengeance of Spare, actually getting to roam around a little bit. Mongo and Nikolai embracing each other.
In goo.
Ingu. Ingu, do you apart. We're going to go ahead and take our 30-minute break, get some noms into us, and we'll be back. And start digging into what this little area that Cayenne has discovered with her natural 20. button. Hello, we've returned, and let's jump right into this. We're currently joining the family as they consider how do we punish people, but also in an interesting location of the well.
Well, that was fun. Not. Well,
Your everything hurts even more now.
Let's get back to the ship.
I'm cleaning off first.
Isn't that thing enchanted? So it just when
Yeah,
you
you
try to
can't clean it.
persist.
I don't think the handkerchief was. I know the glitter wand is.
I don't know. Yeah. I seem to remember you can't clean it with magic. Like you can take a bath, you can't clean it with magic.
You go to use persistation and it doesn't go anywhere.
Oh, I fucking hate you.
I see. I may be wrong. Thought that Nikolai is having.
Uh-oh.
He has is just out of curiosity. He has a little bit of architecture background. Is that well abnormally deep?
You can't really determine that because of where you're currently at in the astral sea.
Okay. Okay.
You know, you probably shouldn't linger. Time doesn't work normally here. I still don't know what that presence is, and I'd rather not find out.
What presents again?
There's something bad here. It's good memories, but there's something bad too.
As in bad memories as well.
As in something bad. Like, I don't know if it's memories or presence.
Because the place is trashed. And this is a place that the Obscura used to come to. If it's a bad presence, as in like memories and the like, it's probably not out of the realm of possibility that Evil Roar showed up here and trashed the place as a middle finger to those he hates the most.
Or it could be.
Could also be somebody else entirely.
Yeah, I was gonna say it could be
mad.
your father's other half.
I'm pretty
Well,
sure he's
radiating.
fucking locked inside.
Considering that this forest was just barely made not long ago, it could also be a manifestation of the forest.
Okay.
Kyan, are you going to start heading back to the boat? Or are you going to investigate a little bit more?
I think Cayenne's gonna do a quick insight into the plants that are covering the pagoda to see if she can see anything.
Go for it.
I will.
And that would be
Precisely.
insight, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep,
That's an
that's-
8. That's an 18.
She grabs you by the back of your armor and carries you like a kitten again.
How much more time left do we have on the sensu?
You have plenty of time. Remember, it's 24 hours on that one.
Investigate the pagoda as well. Actually, go over there.
Yep, investigate.
I'm not in the reach of magic right now because it pissed me
And
off.
after I get cleaned off as much as I can, I'll take another look at the pagoda.
It haunts you a little bit. You're like, is this going to stain my clothes? Am I going to get the smell out?
21.
Investigation.
Can I pick up on that smell from Nikolai?
It's coming
Nikolai
from both
and
of us.
Mongo.
Nikolai and Mongo.
Yeah, that's a 9. I'm pretty sure this yuck is distracting me.
I need concentration, so please get the fuck away from me.
The smell is worse than the dead man's toe that's currently burning.
Yeah, a definite get the fuck away from me.
It's like if you took like a blue cheese fondue mixed with like really funky mushrooms and you left it in the back of someone's car in the middle of summer in Arizona.
Oh. fuck.
Oh,
doesn't
so
sound
the
good.
first part is sudden death for me. God.
Yeah, I'll take the advice of Cayenne and fuck off. I'll go.
I
Yeah,
I need
feisty,
to
but not too
concentrate
fucking
and I
close.
can't
wanna
with
give
your
a-
smells.
kindly ask Feisty to walk around the area so we could spread this mist around.
I will attempt to use my ability to turn my amulet into the smell sensor that I made for Cayenne earlier. Does that help?
Uh, he's now. Nikolai smells like fresh jerky.
Is that better?
That doesn't help either. So
What was the
investigate
other
a further away portion.
Yeah. Okay. It was like, fine, I'll keep this smell going. It was 21. And I will go to the other side of the pagoda and investigate.
Okay. Cayenne, you're seeing that these are vines that were that are employed by a act of more or less hatred. If you want to crush something or kill something, or spiteful.
So created by my mother is just a guess based off of the vision I was given before about my mother.
Oh yeah. And you look over at the do a insight, another one.
This one is a 12.
So you're looking at the architecture of it?
Yeah, checking out the architecture, looking for anything that looks like out of place in the construction, or that, hidden plank or whatever. Just investigating the thing as far as as much as I can, without going near Pan.
You find a certain spot and you look at it and you investigate it as Cayenne is doing her own. And you realize that you might need to find this place in the material plane because there is a hidden compartment that could hold something important.
Mm. So I see something about it in that implies that this is kind of just this is a representation of something in the material plane.
Yeah. Cayenne, you put two and two together that you're like, okay, the Padoga was destroyed. You look over at the well, there's a big giant crack in the well. You're like, my parents sparred here. And based off your previous visions, your mother was probably on the receiving end for stepping out of line, giving into those evil, non-caring deeds that she does.
So another clue into how my mom was a bitch.
Okay.
Before Dad corrected her by a total beating of thine ass.
Okay. Well,
Literally a godly beating.
Hey, Scath,
Yes.
how long is that sensor going to last?
It's gonna burn for quite a while. We have some time.
I think we should find this place in the material plane. Because there's something hidden here.
I recommend that you do some sort of drawing or something to mark where it
Exactly
is.
why I was asking how long that sensor would last, so we can actually just document this location.
It should last a while. I'll give you some time and I'll begin to cite some sort of incantation to see if I can make this area somewhat consecrated.
You go to do it, you just can't focus on the words. Like your brain just jumbles up. You're like,
I have an idea.
So,
your usual roll for
but there's one
sketching.
thing I wanna kind of try to actually work on as well. I have this understanding that these kind of things are kind of like overlays of the material plane, and you mentioned that when we look at the stars, it kind of looks like there's two or multiple separate star
Okay.
fields.
What are you getting at?
So I want to try to, after getting a document of the layout, I want to see if I can make sense of if this star field is for the material plane and this star field up there is for the astral plane, kind of thing. You know what I mean? And like kind of try to separate the two when I do a star charting, like I did for the previous stream.
Disadvantage.
Divine sense. Is
Oh.
this ground consecrated or desecrated?
You can't tell. It almost feels like at one moment it's consecrated, and then at the next split seconds it's desecrated. It's almost like in a flux.
I don't like this place.
I'm gonna take a look around, see if I can, because I'm assuming I can hear these two going back and forth. So if this is a representation of the material plane, there might be something to indicate where.
Investigation. Diane, back to you.
I don't
Nope.
think Cayenne really wants to pry any further because I don't think she'll be able to concentrate much on getting more information from the plants.
Okay.
Okay.
8.
So
8.
this is a perfect opportunity for me to finally actually be able to use my sorcerer restore balance, if I may. Your connection to the plane of absolute order allows you to equalize chaotic moments when a creature you can see, I can see myself, within 60 feet of you is about to roll a d20 with advantage or disadvantage. I may counter or prevent that disadvantage
roll
or
normally.
advantage. Okay. And-
Mongo, you're looking around and you're trying to, like, you're picking up a few pebbles and you're like, and you're trying to figure this out and you just crack your foot on a stone.
Ow.
And it's like right between the webbing.
Ah, fuck. I just garroted.
Ow.
Not that bad. Not enough to cause damage.
And
And there's
am,
no obsidian.
am I able to use my amulet?
Yeah.
Okay.
But are you sure you want to burn that? There might be other encounters coming up where it might be more important.
I think this is probably really important.
Okay.
Let's not stick
No.
around too long. I can't get a beat on things, and I have a bad feeling about this place.
No offense, Scab, but you have a bad feeling about every place.
I can't tell if this
Look
place
who's speaking,
is...
Fuzzball.
I need you to make a will save.
I'm fucking paranoid. We've been over this. Get over it.
And I'll take whatever time I'm allowed to.
I'll take a look at the rock, see if that was just a rock or something important.
24.
Investigation.
All right, I'll use my
You almost feel like there's hands creeping along your shoulder and starting to envelop you in just the feeling of dread. And you
Much
can
better
feel
roll.
that your
10, 27.
state of mind right now is permitting possibly dread to take place inside of you.
Let's not let that happen.
27.
27.
Plus whatever time you're allowing me to
Okay.
take.
You do get a rough sketch. You do multiple sketches of the sky,
Mm-hmm.
and you get the sketch of the Padoga itself.
15.
15. It's just a rock that seems there to spite you.
You know what? How big is this thing?
About the size of your little paw.
I'll keep it.
Okay.
See if Noodle wants it.
All right.
He's a bit of a rock hound. He might be able to figure something out.
Religion. So you guys bundle back together, and Cayenne is going to lead you guys out.
Natural 20.
You hunker down in the faith of your family and the faith of Bahamut, and you're like, ain't no place for dread here.
No.
No.
What do? First, you say no. Then, you get out of there.
You pick up Spare and put her away, right?
I already did, yeah.
Okay. And Cayenne, roll a survival for me.
Make sure I got Noodle, Humphrey. Paige stayed on the boat.
That's a
Nope.
21.
Nice. So after some more walking, you eventually come out of the forest to the encampment. And you see bows drawn, weapons drawn,
Oh,
everybody
shit.
pointing weapons at Feisty.
It's just us.
Lower your weapons.
It's
And,
okay. You remember us, right? Oh, fuck. Fuck, how long have we been gone?
And one of the
like a couple
people's
hours.
like, 6 hours? What the fuck is that?
That
Fuck
was
is
our
what?
companion.
That's Scav.
No, the thing that's holding
It's feisty.
the
The harness?
Meow.
Feisty's just looking around and just waving you wambling back around as she's trying to look at different people.
Can you set me down, please?
She just drops you.
What? Okay. This is. Do you not recognize her?
Well, no.
She may
thanks,
look a little
Devil.
bit different, but this was our companion that left with us.
Feisty speaks with you, Cayenne. Do you want to see a new trick?
Does this sound like she's wanting to play a trick?
It's she's trying to tempt your curiosity.
Kaya's just gonna tell her by all means.
She comes over to you, and they're all training their weapons on Feisty. And she does a big stretchy, and stretches out and arcs herself, and she goes, and you just see, poof, she's like a little kitten form. She walks over to you taking big steppies. And
Yes.
you can just pick her up and hold her as like a little kitten version.
She probably loves this.
And
She
you're
has
just like,
the ability that Sophie's always wanted to be a lapdog.
that she can change back down to a kitten state or be her normal full size.
That's fucking fantastic.
And
See?
all
Relatively-
all I can think of is that her feathers are extremely fluffy, like an owl at this point, and
yeah,
so is her fur.
and she's got like these big giant eyes that are almost too big to her head.
See, relatively harmless, so long as nobody does anything stupid.
The guy shoots an arrow and it whizzes right past your head and hits the tree. Sorry.
Telling them not to do something stupid is kind of an insult.
You see the dwarf, he's sitting there and he just reaches up, and he just puts his fingers up and douses out a stick of dynamite.
Damn.
Just a heads up. If anybody wants to wander in there, please don't go far. It's dangerous.
Scav.
But
they
now,
know this area.
Cayenne, you have a baby feisty version in your arms.
That's so cute.
That is fucking adorable.
Also,
She's getting scritches.
Oh, she's a little ball of purring.
medic.
And Priscilla, she's standing there and she's just like, huh. I mean, you pay us to come out here and not tell us the thing? Sure. You're gonna pay for the medical costs.
Of course.
And one of the crewmen come up to you and it's a hobgoblin. He's like, huh. I had a kobold once. Worst thing I ever eaten. Got me through the night.
Don't know. Okay.
Do I use a sword to nudge it along, or does it go on its own?
He'll go on his own.
Okay. And the hobgoblin's walking behind you, just kind of occasionally looking at you as he takes you up to back into the ship to the medical area. Every once in a while, you're looking at him, and it's just like, "Don't give me that look. I'll eat you first."
So weird. Going along though. Over to where
And-
med bay is.
Scav gets taken to med bay, and their nurse immediately starts unbandaging, and she's like, "Oh, well, I'm going to have to fix this." And she's like, "Nighty-night?"
Nighty night.
I suppose.
And she goes over and she opens the drawer and she comes back, and the last thing you see before everything goes dark is a frying pan made of cast iron coming at your head.
Oh,
That seems like okay. Seems
Got
like the
hit
wrong
with
thing
some
to do.
southern justice.
So, the rest of you at base camp,
I will seek out Ness as soon as I have the opportunity to share the star charts with her.
On the ship in navigation,
I'm getting fucking cleaned up.
you're going to go take a shower.
Well, yeah, take a shower, of course.
What about you, Cayenne?
I will ask Feisty if she would like to go to the ship or relax off the ship.
Feisty just kind of looks at you and doesn't really have a presence as she just kitten like bats at one of your hanging thingies.
She goes, totally kitten. Not just in form. Seems like in mentality too.
Hey, right now, she's just having fun, okay? She's just getting around.
You get back to your room and you look at the damage done to the door from Scav.
Yeah, go to fucking...
I wonder
Door
how
frame.
Priscilla is going to react to that.
I'm casting mending on it. Yeah, just trying to get rid of all of the fucking damage.
Mending doesn't work.
Well, fuck. All right, go get cleaned up first.
And now all I can think of is how did Scav lose a few digits?
Hey, guess what, buddy? You want to get a robotic arm?
He's currently in night-night mode. Okay. Some time goes by, your guys are clean. Scav, you wake up with the most massive of headaches.
Yeah, no kidding.
Frying pan.
Everything hurts.
And now you have Charlie on the back of your head.
I'm gonna look around.
The doctor, she's there just kind of writing on a scroll.
Hello.
Oh, you're awake.
Yeah.
Do you need some more night-night medicine?
No, I don't think so. Do have one hell of a headache though. Did you hit me?
I'm a medical professional. Would I do that to a patient?
Insight.
Go for it.
No.
What was that?
5.
She barely beat you with an 8.
I don't know what you did, but everything hurts, but not as much as before.
Oh, don't
Thank
worry.
The hurts will come.
Look around, see what the damages are.
Your entire arm is in a cast sticking out.
Oh, lovely. Right.
No, it's just stuck out to the side. You
Oh.
can't even move it.
How,
Straight up.
How long am I gonna be stuck like that?
24 hours.
Okay. What's the damage financially?
Oh, for my wonderful services? Oh, no one ever asked me that. I'm so happy. How about a nice round number of 10 gold pieces?
I can do that.
Cayenne, it's been a little while and you've been hanging with Feisty. What have you done with your newfound kitten version of Feisty?
I would have been keeping her entertained with any kind of trinkets or small things I could roll around.
Oh, that's so easy to do. You got plenty of trinkets to do that.
Oh, hey, Sparta.
You're able to meet up with Priscilla, or not Priscilla,
Ness.
Ness.
Mhm.
And she's like, oh,
Hi.
hi.
So, do you have some time to look at some more stars with me?
I mean, we're not going anywhere yet.
Cool. So, I bring out the drawings. And I explain to her what these are. It's like, so we found a weird place out there. That seems to be like actually from the material plane. And I remember some of the things you've told us about, like the stars are like kind of like overlaid kind of stuff. So I tried to make sense out of what I saw out there. And so I handed her the different star fields of what I saw from that location.
She starts looking over them, and you hear over the radio systems within the ship, the comm systems, essentially a ship-wide messaging.
Mm-hmm.
And you hear that Priscilla's like, "Okay, everyone back inside, at least for our next couple of hours." And you just hear you're in your room, right? Trying to figure out how to explain the damage done to the door by your brother. And behind you hear a loud thunk as the blast shield comes down over the window in the hallway.
Oh,
What's going on?
Oh, probably just one of the things of the astral sea making itself known. Don't go looking for it. It'll drive you insane and you'll end up killing yourself and everybody else around you.
Yeah, thanks for the advice. What is it?
Told you not to go poking around.
You said looking for it. I wasn't looking for it. I was just getting
That's
information.
still poking around.
Yeah, you said, okay. Anyways, okay, fine. Thank you.
May someone smack your nose off your face for that kind of mischief.
So what do you think?
I mean, it's possible, but it's hard to tell. It would take me days to research this, so if you want to leave these here, I can.
As long as I'll be able to get them back, I'm happy with that. Any help you need in doing this?
Nope,
Any way I can help you?
I can handle it.
Okay. Thank you. So I leave the stars with her.
And you see Feisty just sitting there, you roll something across the floor, and she does like a little hop, like a bunny hop, and like a tiny little like flap, it lands on top of it.
Gonna keep her entertained
Probably the
while
most-
I wait to see what the plan is.
Do you, Mongo, do you go and find your sister to complain about the damages?
yeah. After I get everything all cleaned off, I'll try to hit mending one more time, and because I know that we have come across some goo that is kind of anti-magic, and well, that might be. This was a prank thing by the Obscura. They might do something like that.
Nope. Mending does not work.
Fuck. Yep, I'll go find Cayenne.
There's a knock on your door, Cayenne.
Whose door?
Your door.
I will go answer it.
And there is a Mongo in front of you.
Oh, hey, Mongo.
Cayenne.
Yes.
So, do you remember how Scav decided to wake me up the other day?
Where he ruined the door frame with
Mhm.
his carelessness?
And his crowbar, yes. No, wait, did he name his crowbar carelessness?
It's a good name for a crowbar, actually.
Good.
Probably.
Fucking hell.
Guess that's a canon event now. Yep.
Just written on there in crayon.
No. No, I feel like you would have chewed that in.
Scratched him.
So I tried to fix it, and it's not fixing.
Like it's not fixing with magic?
Yep.
Priscilla probably has this place made to where you can't use any kind of magic.
I mean, it's been said that magic doesn't fix everything.
We have used magic in here before.
Yeah, and it's been said.
You're not there.
No, but we have used it before.
Yeah. But not
I'm
directly
sorry, I
on the
didn't.
ship.
I didn't.
Yeah, we did.
No, I had to
We did with
clarify
the,
that I wasn't there.
dust mite. 11.
Dust. That wasn't a part of the ship.
I
yeah,
will.
we're gonna have Scab go tell.
That sounds like a wonderful idea.
You're having to like kind of walk, like wobble a little because your arm's sticking straight out as you're heading back down towards your guys' rooms that are all clustered together.
Do I run into either one of these two?
They're in Cayenne's room unless they say they're leaving to go investigate the door.
If Mongo said that we needed to go take a look at it to see if there was anything I would have do, I would have left. But otherwise, yeah, we're still in the room.
Yeah, best of my knowledge, we don't have door fixing abilities. Nikolai might, but me and Cayenne, if it can't be fixed with mending, it's probably not getting fixed.
The only one that has any experience with the door is Scabbard, and that's because he put a sigil of Owlbear, the door god, on a door.
You also have experience opening doors.
The wrong
Yeah.
way.
Shit.
You get down the hall and you look, you start to pass Bongo's room, and you're like, oh, my crowbar. And you look at the door and you can see like there's big gash where you try to pry it over at one point. Then you try to find the lock and you see the metal's like bent inward and the door frame is caved in. And then the door's like slightly ajar and you can see the mechanics of the actual latching hanging out. The bolt that goes through and locks is like bent at a slight angle from you prying at it.
What did you do, man? Can't smite on the door?
I don't even know I can do that. I'm a little cobalt.
You can see on the door where you had your feet planted from where you were prying and yanking at it.
Persistent. I'm sure Mongo can fix that with some mending.
Go and get your crowbar.
Pick it up and head back to the room. The rest of my stuff. As far as I know, Mongo can fix stuff with magic. I'm unaware if he's ever tried or not.
As you guys are hanging out with Feisty and you're hanging out with Ness,
Mhm.
Mongo, you receive a message inside of your head. Mongo, report to my crow's nest.
Uh-oh.
Who? Oh god, that's the thing they can fucking do. Right. Apparently their PA system also works for specific individuals, and you just know and hear it.
In your brain.
You got a message from someone?
Yeah. Apparently I'm supposed to go to the crow's nest right now.
You would know that it would be Priscilla's office. You would know that, Cayenne.
Oh. I'm gonna take a guess it might be about the door frame.
Yeah, probably.
I would be adamant that the damage is 100% entirely Scab's fault.
I'll try not to get him killed. Pet Feisty.
And Feisty just with a tiny little arm. Off.
Head over.
Do you go with Cayenne?
I'll go with, but I'll take Feisty with me.
Just carry Feisty around.
Heck yeah, that's so cool.
You head into Priscilla's office and she's standing behind her desk and she's like, care to explain? Now?
The thing that we did in the forest or the door?
The door.
Right. Scab decided I needed to get woken up and apparently forgot how keys work or mistook a crowbar for a key. That I'm not really sure about his thinking on that one. I tried to fix it, but I'm guessing you probably have a few things in place to prevent anybody from using magic to alter things.
Also, Zoro King just said something that would be adorable. I just picture Feisty hanging out in Cayenne's headdress.
Yeah,
Yep.
yep,
That needs to
Yep.
be art done now. We need that.
yeah.
Someone do that,
I
please.
fucking see that.
And Priscilla comes walking around, and you can feel her aura of intimidation just rolling over you. And you're standing there, Cayenne, and you can feel that too. You're like, oh.
Mongo's now doing his version of what Feisty did and just kind of
And poor you are just completely oblivious. I'll be back.
he meant well. He was just worried.
Shut.
Yep.
You're going to stand there until I return.
She's leaving you.
Huh?
It's the worst visit to the principal's office ever.
And Gabbard, you're in your room, and the door just opens to your quarters, and you see Priscilla standing there with her very large weapon.
Hello.
You little shit damaged my ship. And she flings it at you and hits you square in the chest, and you feel yourself actually separate from your body as you float above it, almost like when
Doctor Strange.
yeah, as you get Doctor Strange
shit.
out of your body. And she reaches out and grabs your neck of your astral form.
Oh fuck.
If you ever damage my ship again, I will pop your spirit like a balloon.
Oh crap.
Understood?
Can't talk, so give him the nod.
Like, you could feel the pressure building in your like head from how tight her grip is. And she grabs you and just body slams your spirit back into your body.
Mm.
I need dice. I need dice.
What's the physical damage that does, and then what's the mental trauma that does?
Oh no. I'll find out. Does the medic picks up that necrotic damage, by the way?
Yeah.
Cool. How much did the medic heal me for? Back to full?
You're back at full.
Cool.
Can you have your arm
Until she
attached?
finishes rolling
And then
her
she's
dice.
gonna take all of it away.
God.
That is 68 points of damage.
Oh my god.
Shit. I am at 7.
As you're laying there on the floor.
Doing the Loki.
Are you asking for that drink now?
Just gonna lay there. I'm not even gonna move. I'm just gonna lay there. I'm gonna sleep here.
She's gonna sleep in the crater.
There's no crater. You're just laying there.
I'm taking a nap. Good night.
I'm going to sleep now.
I just see Scab just laying there, just the occasional bit of twitch.
And Cayenne is getting ideas for punishments.
Whoa.
Priscilla, she eventually comes back in about 15 minutes later, and she's like, it's been dealt with. Although I am deducting this from your account.
Just gonna take a nap. Take that long rest.
Pass out.
Not gonna
I'm
move.
pretty sure the one thing that Cayenne would do is use Hemomancer's Reach to make said person either stab themselves or punch themselves in the face.
Oh, so the what is it? Sam Raimi spell.
How much is that getting deducted?
1.5 platinum.
What's up? badge, but
So it's
still.
what, 15 gold?
That's 15 gold.
And Priscilla looks over at you two and is like, I have no quorum with you two. I just didn't want you to interfere with the punishment.
Understood.
You're free to go. We will be opening the ship up tomorrow as there's a current issue outside that we don't want anyone exposed to.
If there's anything we can do to help, just let us know.
She looks over at you very curiously, and her very wise. You can see how wise she is about like giant monsters, and she's like, with a being that's large enough to grasp his plane like a marble and peer at everyone, causing them to go instantly insane. Do you know how to speak them down? Tell them to move on.
Not a fucking clue.
I thought so. And now you're like, oh god.
I am
it's really
curious,
just
is
that
this
scene with
being
the
a
black.
deity that we could learn about once the event is over?
If you choose to travel to one of the cities and learn from the citizens there. There is a temple that I do know of. I don't know if it's currently available. I'll have to ask Ness. That we can travel to, and you can actually speak to the priestess there that deals with the denizens and gods of this plane. But she doesn't get a lot of visitors. Mostly those that are seeking of trying to ask who they are. And she gets a revolving door that when she gets people that actually know who they are, it's usually a pleasant treat.
As it happens, we have both in tow.
So she allows you two guys to leave if you want to. With some possibly a new destination to go to.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah,
And
you seem to like temples.
are you guys gonna go and find out what happened to Scav?
I'm surprised. If I was there, I would. Is he still alive?
He wishes he was dead at this point.
You didn't kill my brother, did you? Nikolai was there.
I think Cayenne would be curious as to what happened to him for sure.
Are you?
Might as well.
All right. And you're hanging out with Ness.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
You go down. You see that his door is partially open, and you open the door, and you see him laying fucking full spread.
I was just about to
Eagle on
ask,
the
did I
floor.
just get Yamcha?
He's full spread eagle on the floor. You can see it cast on his arm, and you just see him like,
Hey, brother, you dead yet?
Why?
I think he's still alive, Cayenne.
Yeah, we'll definitely try to learn anything from that.
Was this a lesson learned into not fucking up?
I'm taking that now. Good night.
and he's at before.
Next time, Scav, maybe don't destroy property that's not yours.
Oh wow! Shots fired at the chat. Hey, Ace doesn't have to feel so bad about being Yamcha anymore now that someone else has been.
I support this.
Still waiting for the I got dibs on his stuff.
Just try to learn
Oh, we're
from
not
this.
going
Hang
to
out with
divvy
her.
up your stuff. We're going to hang on to it and give it to Keffa.
That would be the correct thing to do.
Gav die. Oh, he pissed off a captain that hunts monsters.
Yeah.
Dude, Ness's weapon is such a badass weapon.
Okay. Yeah, she fucking chucked it at his head and just fucking Doctor Stranged him.
On a natural 20, it could actually cause the astral form to burst if it rolls high enough.
That's not good.
Right. So valid threat when she said you're gonna pop your fucking soul.
So, next morning comes after you spend time with Ness and eventually return back to your room with learning a bit more about how to actually navigate.
By the stars, yeah.
And your brain is just like, that's a lot of information.
Is it too much to continue working on the Reach Magic? The
Yeah.
New one? Okay. How about
Um,
the puzzle box? Too much?
Yeah, you're just trying to figure out the ins and the outs, and like it's like you're used to algebra, but now you're trying to figure out physics without the in between learning.
I'm gonna seek out Feisty. And I'm gonna draw a new portrait of him. I'm gonna offer to draw a new portrait of him. Less brain work.
So I'm guessing you guys are all crashing in Cayenne's room,
yeah.
and you see Nikolai comes in, and you go ahead and approach Feisty.
Hey, Feisty. Is she in her
Transform.
uniform?
Boy, you knock.
And Feisty comes over. And
At least
she tries to
Mongo
work
has
on-
manners to knock before entering.
Well, I thought maybe. Okay. Well, if the door was closed, I would have knocked.
The door
Okay.
would
I
have
wasn't
been
given that
closed because
information.
we would be passed out asleep.
Okay.
At some point in time, I would have tried to.
Yeah. So if the door, of course, if the door's closed,
Okay.
if it's middle of the night, I'm just gonna go to bed. If it's not in the middle of the night, then I would still go do this. So you tell me what's going on.
It would be the middle of the night, so I figure you would just go to bed.
Yeah, just gonna go to bed then.
So next morning, you guys all gather around the table. You still hurt everywhere from your previous experience with Scav. This is the most you've been beat up in a series of days.
Long rest button.
Yes, you too, Scav.
Alrighty.
And you guys find yourself at the breakfast table. And Feisty's sitting on the table. And
In a little form. She's like, how big is she? Like, just
she's like a tiny little like fuzzball, like cheddar size.
Like when we first got her.
In fact, she almost looks like a caterpillar because of her 6 little leggies.
go over to her. It's like, give me your paws, Feisty.
She holds up her 2 like massive bird paws.
Just grab
And
them.
you're just seeing the talons, how big they are,
Yeah.
even at this size.
Yeah, just kind of like do like a hug around her. Grab them, and then give her like an actual hug.
And her face is covered in food because of whatever there was. She was trying to eat it like a normal cat, but now she's different. And now she's got all this just like food dripping from her face. It's a complete and total mess.
You know, the funny thing is, I'd probably be the one to teach her how to properly eat because I have the longest snout.
Yeah, but she's also got a beak.
Yeah.
Cayenne has actual understanding of beaks and how to teach animals to eat with them.
Walk
Yes.
over to the table. Morning.
They fix your arm up properly?
Well, 2 more hours and I get to take this thing off, but yeah. Also, ow. I don't think I've ever, well, I can safely say I've had an out-of-body experience.
Okay.
Did we
No,
learn
yeah,
not
no,
to
he
fuck up
got
another
yelled at
person's
by the
property?
captain for using his crowbar to get into my room.
Oh.
I have no idea what the question was.
I said, did we learn not to fuck up someone else's property?
Depends on the importance of the property and who it belongs to. From friends and allies, yes, don't mess with that. But with our enemies, abso-fucking-lutely. Oh,
You hear Feisty's bowl just tumble over and hit one of the like things and just go sprawling all over the floor.
I'll get it for her.
She's looking over the bowl. It's looking over the side of the table, just looking so defeated.
I'll reach up and
You bring your hand back. It's a big gooey from all the food
Yeah.
on her face.
take a rag or something and clean her off.
Yeah, if she was gooey, I would have offered to clean her.
She's a fucking mess because she doesn't know how to eat yet.
Take you're not used to having a beak, huh?
She just looks at you sideways.
There's a lot of things we're probably gonna have to teach you how to do. All of us. How to fly, eat, and use your wings and your talons and such.
I'm pretty sure she got the talent thing figured out.
Yeah.
Hey, she can stab barbecue and have like a little actual built-in fork.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
So, table is yours. You may discuss what your plans are.
Well, it's gonna be a bit until I can take this off. Just a couple more hours.
Well, also we have to wait for the situation outside to kind of calm the fuck down.
Yeah.
What is that? I heard the alarms and all the windows.
Ness
closed.
told me not to ask about it, so don't.
There's a thing going on outside that if we go out, we're probably gonna die. So we're staying inside.
Let's not go outside then.
And stop asking questions, apparently.
Go. You go die because of insanity.
So something out there drives you insane.
More so a being that's large enough to crush this place like a marble.
Alrighty. So
Let's not go outside.
Yeah.
I gave my drawings to Ness about that well, and she seemed to indicate that she'll be able to figure it out in a few days.
Good for her.
Well, more or less, the ships have been opened back up,
Oh, okay.
so you're free to go investigate the house if you want.
I'm gonna stay here for a bit and try and teach Feisty a couple of things. Who wants to help?
Well, I mean, that's all well and good and everything, but it is important to have a discussion if we're going to go check out that house.
Definitely something we will have to do. Don't know how much use I'll
Sooner
be-
rather than later.
Yes.
Right. Thing is, I don't know how useful I'm gonna be with this thing stuck on my arm.
That's fine. And we also don't know how long we're going to be here. Are we here until we tell them to leave? Or are they going to leave us here if we disembark and don't come back within the next couple hours kind of thing?
It's a really good question. We should probably ask the captain.
As soon as you say that, you get a flashback.
It's like, I'll stay here.
Somebody else should go ask the captain.
I don't think he wants to talk to me right now.
Also, in regards to the pagoda, I particularly don't want to see it.
I was getting very terrible sensations when I was there. It was an
Considering all of the
overwhelming-
plants that were created that covered the pagoda, as I'm assuming as well as the well, were created by my mother out of spite.
I was getting overwhelming sensations of dread while there.
The last vision I had of my mother is that she had little to no care about any other being whatsoever and left an archdruid to die with their companion to succeed in her archdruid
Well,
tests.
I think I can understand where you're coming from on that. After all, we have our major enemy, which is a copy of my own father who destroyed our families. But that being said, if there was any opportunity for me to get more information about my parents and their past, I would pursue it because I think it's important to know where one comes from to know where they're going.
Nikolai, I'm putting my hoof down and I'm saying I'm not going to check it out.
You don't have to, but I
But
am in
you
agreement with him
So
on this.
the well and such is a different location. The house is another.
It's something that we'll have to take care of when we cross that bridge. Just like all the
There
other
is no
problems.
we in this pagoda situation.
Sure there is. There's we as in Mongo, Nikolai, and I, if you don't want to sit in on it.
Well, the question I have, are you talking about the pagoda as it is right now in this realm or in the material plane? Or altogether?
All together.
Okay.
Considering the
Uh,
what I
Mongo.
was given about my mother,
Roll an
she was not a
intelligence.
nice person until my father beat her into submission to make her change.
Yeah.
That's a natural 1.
Natural 1.
Mm-hmm.
And that
Here.
was an area that my parents fought at. I would rather not.
You're saying that you start digging into food and you're listening to this, and you actually stab yourself with the fork.
Fuck.
And it's between like that like soft edge part between the paw pad and the meat.
I would have done it in his gums.
Fuck off.
Oh, like when you actually
You
release-
actually stab yourself with a fork in the mouth? That fucking
or what if
sucks.
it went between the teeth into the gum?
Oh. Besides, the more we know about our parents, the more we might be able to learn about our enemies too.
That, yeah, but Cayenne has made her decision.
Yeah.
There's no point in pressing.
Manga's
I
gonna
say let's go find out what Priscilla?
Priscilla.
Captain Priscilla.
Captain Priscilla has in store for our contract with this transportation. If there's something that, if we just how long we're going to be able to be here, basically.
I'll come along with. I'll pick up the food bowl and such. And, I guess I'll try and teach Feisty on the way
Teach her what on the way?
how to properly eat. His beak. Look, I know I don't have one.
Feisty?
She turns around and looks over in your direction.
Do you feel you need somebody to help you teach you?
To eat?
Or do you think you've got this?
She just starts marching down the hall, like kind of like it's like really like when you see a kitten do big proud steppies.
Big proud steppies. She looks like a kitten, but she's not an infant.
No, she's not.
She's also not fucking stupid.
I know that too.
Yes, there will be an adjustment period while she gets used to her current form.
Oh. I'm
If
Oh,
you
aware.
actually,
She will
Nikolai, do an intelligence for me.
ask.
As you guys are walking and you hear the siblings, your brothers squabbling about this, you get a brilliant idea.
Hmm.
It's almost like a light bulb goes off.
Okay.
You look over, you can look at Cayenne and you realize that she can turn into an owlbear, which is very similar to Feisty, and teach her things.
Yeah.
And you can run with that idea if you want.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Besides that, Cayenne has the ability to change forms.
It is true.
She's very feisty, and an owlbear are very much the same. And I think the way those things work, Cayenne could probably just even turn into a resemblance of Feisty herself. So we don't need to coddle Feisty. I'm pretty sure if Feisty wants help, he will say something.
She walks into a door and she just poofs up at it because she can't get through the door.
Oh, she went back to full size.
No, she just poofs.
Oh,
Like when a
okay.
kitten just poofs from
Yeah,
being
yeah.
startled by something.
Oh, she's upset because the door won't open for her. I'll go over and open the door for her.
And you realize he just swung the door open to Priscilla's office.
All right. If I would have known, I wouldn't have fucking done that.
You didn't do it.
Context.
I said door. You could have asked
Like,
what the
whose
door was. Yeah.
What door?
So no, I would not have opened the door if it was Priscilla's office. I wouldn't
But
Okay.
anybody else's quarters, you just open up the door?
With a
We know
crowbar,
that
even.
there's doorways and corridors.
Yeah.
So
Those
yeah,
are all open. The only ones that are closed are actual like quarter doors.
So yeah, no, I would have knocked if it was Priscilla's office.
That would have ended poorly.
All
Do
right.
you want to know what it's like to be fired out of a cannon? Because you're about to find out.
In the right situation, Nikolai would be interested in that.
And Priscilla opens the door and she looks down and she sees you first, and then she looks over and sees everybody else. And she looks over at you, Kyan, like, what do you need?
Well, since she seems to be addressing Cayenne right now, I will remain quiet.
Seemed as though Feisty was upset that doors weren't opening for her with being in her current state.
Well, I usually keep my door closed.
I did not open the door.
No, you're fine. She opened it herself.
This is her quarters or her office or
Her office.
office? Okay.
I didn't realize that I left the table though.
Oh, I thought you followed along with the group because you're looking after Feisty.
I didn't even begin eating as far as I know.
Okay, so I will exclude you from this context, and you can keep eating.
Yeah, because I was just kind of watching Feisty at the breakfast table while plans were being talked about. I'm not gonna be eating while talking. I wait until people shut up so I can eat.
But you three troublemakers are talking to Priscilla.
We're not troublemakers.
Resemble that remark.
Listen, you idiot.
Captain, just had a question. How long are we able to stay here?
We can stay here a week at the most,
Okay.
or if you don't come back in 24 hours and you're dead.
So, is there a way we can come up with some type of different agreement with regards to that? Because if we can stay here for a week, but we disembark, go do investigation of that house a few hundred yards away, and it takes us a few days, less than a week, you gonna leave us here? Or
Well, here's how typically things work among adults, Nikolai.
yes,
I'm your captain. I'm your safe passage.
yes.
Generally, adults actually share what their plans are with their actual travel, so that we can plan around your safety and protection and understand the things that you're going to set out to do instead of, us basically going by our numbers and just doing the very basic.
Understandable.
That's why I'm asking questions.
Our first goal we've already accomplished, and that was to save the life of our friend.
Got it. And your second goal is to take care of this house. Now that I'm aware, I can tell my crew they will be gone for a few days. Do not expect them back, as we don't do body retrieval. Sorry for anybody that you're related to. There, clear.
Speaking of people we're related to, my father might be in that house. The one
Well-
who sent the note.
Good luck with your family reunion.
He may also be the evil hat.
That's of no relevance to me. That is your business and your business alone.
Worst case scenario, in case it does come down to it. He was a wizard in a bog. Considering how long he's been locked in there, I have absolutely no idea if that information is still current.
Very well.
If he's anything like the one that we are currently going after, he could be equally as dangerous.
Well, I recommend you guys go take care of your business. I will inform the crew of the details of this now that you've shared them.
Very well. Thank you.
And the door closes.
How much longer do I have to keep this cast on?
You were told 24 hours.
I know, like, has it? How long has it been since then?
You still have about 3 hours left.
What time of day is it? Early morning?
Morning.
Okay. So we could leave in the afternoon.
We want to be caught out at night in the
Is there
astral.
a normal day-night cycle?
Do an Arcana for
I
me.
kind of figured there wasn't a normal day-night cycle.
Well,
Just-
there may not be, but I do know that things tend to be more
Modified 20.
interesting during certain hours.
So okay, so you know that there's really no day or night cycle here. It's just one continuous stream. And with that, it really doesn't matter if you embark at one time or another.
Yeah, day, night, afternoon, early morning. It's all the same time out there.
Yeah, time is only relevant to the user of the time.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same time out there, no matter what.
How
Mm.
much more of that incense do we have? Or did I already burn all of it?
You have 24 hours and you snuffed it probably when you got back, so
So we only use it for a couple hours.
I still have a little bit of time left on the sensor. Not a whole lot, but enough.
Not a whole lot. You just deliberately holding that information from us.
I don't know exactly how many hours.
Well, Maybe we
So-
can visit the Dryad. Let's see if she can get us some more.
Possibly. But this stuff was enhanced and was made by Bell.
Yes.
Granted, the ones that we got from the Dryad is the stuff that was enhanced by Bell.
Yes. So maybe we can get her to make some more.
Yeah.
So we have more time.
Can go and investigate into that, yeah.
Cayenne, enjoying your breakfast alone in solitude.
Yeah, just eating fruits and stuff.
Noodle is there with you. So it's feisty, I guess, at this point.
I'll probably head back.
Yeah, I'd head back and
Yeah. Share plans with
share the information.
everybody.
No plans have been made.
Well,
We're going to make plans without Cayenne's input.
no. I guess
I
share
thought that sentence was going to end.
ideas.
Do we make plans?
True, we don't really make plans either.
Making plans,
If-
plans.
Sharing ideas, I suppose, in order to start making plans.
All of us speaking out loud?
Oh no.
That's really about what our plan making kind of is.
yeah, usually.
So you want to speak to the Dryad, see if she has more dead men's toe. Cayenne, you would know that she's probably out until she restocks, finding new corpses. You okay there, Mongo?
Just the thought of burning corpse's toes. Just
Yeah. Yeah. Right by your foot, bud.
So,
really sweet.
so we can get a move on. What is the plan to go out there?
Well, yeah, share the information with Cayenne. So we'll get back to the table, presumably. So clarified how we do things here with the captain. We just give her information, which makes perfect sense. What we're doing or what we want to do, and she'll tell us how she's going to accommodate. So typically, they can stay here for about a week. They won't leave us here unless we don't come back within a week.
But she said if we don't come back within 24
Okay,
hours unless otherwise specified.
Which
Which we just specified.
I don't see us being gone to this house for more than a day.
Yeah. Yeah. What's the
So
point on finding out to
when
verify
are we
that they're not
leaving?
gonna leave us here?
Well, within a week
No,
or
to the house.
sooner. No. I mean, like, do you mean when are we leaving this area?
Mongo,
or
you would know
leaving to
within
go
the
to
next
house?
couple
when
hours
are
to the
we
house.
leaving to go to the house so we can get this done and leave?
I can't get this thing off my arm for at least 3 more hours.
So sometime after that is what she's fucking asking.
Yes.
Yeah.
More
So-
than likely around noon.
I'd say we need to get him a walk.
There's no actual time within the astral plane. All
know.
time is the exact same.
A
So
few hours from now, we'll be leaving.
okay, thank you for the finally clear answer.
It's
As clear as mud.
now.
Time is Wembley here.
Because even
was-
Cayenne knows that there is no sunrise, there is no midday, there is no sunset. It all looks the same. No
Yeah,
matter
that's what
how
they
many
think it is
hours
like.
pass.
The twilight hour 24/7.
It's like living in Antarctica permanently.
How long did it take us to get from that one spot in the forest to the ship?
This is a discussion that we've already had. Couple hours.
I'm just trying to see how much is a couple? Is it 2? Is it 4? Like,
A couple always means two. A
Two.
couple means 1, 2.
so we have about 22 hours left on the sensor.
Yeah, closer to 20.
20 hours left on the sensor.
And if
I
we
don't
actually
think
go
we'll
in the house-
necessarily need it inside the house because we're going inside the house.
Yeah,
Sure, we need
I
to
was
go
just mentioning that, like, if we're
house.
going to go inside the house, I don't think it's necessary to necessary issue. So
Well, also don't forget going inside the house might not actually be an option.
Yeah.
might not be an option. Yeah.
We also have no idea what to expect once we're there. Remember, time doesn't work normally here.
Yeah, they did say that we've been gone for like 6 hours when we got back to the ship.
It was actually about 6 hours. Travel out there and back.
But
and all
use of to us, it was only a couple hours. All right.
that. So, you begin to make preparations.
Mm-hmm.
Cayenne, what are your preparations?
I'd just be getting my weapons ready.
Okay.
And check to make sure
That'd-
every
that'd
fusion
be
is
about
not
it.
damaged.
I'd just be
Tinkering.
getting my gear ready, make sure that nothing that I have is damaged. I wouldn't be really restocking anything. Because this is a ship.
Yeah. Mongo. How are you making preparations?
Mongo doesn't even know if going to the house is fucking necessary at all.
Okay. Scabbard.
As soon as I'm able to get that cast off, get a little bit of get used to how it feels, and take some time, speak with Feisty, and ask her, do you want to go or do you want to stay here? Because it might be dangerous.
She doesn't give you a response.
Choice is entirely up to her.
$21. If you didn't hear me.
If she wants to go, I'll see if if her old armor still fits her, and if not, then
Well, her armor is designed to be, it's magical.
well, yeah, we'll be precise for what is
So
it?
it's not really an issue. Are you doing any preparations or are you just your usual general spell preparations that you do in the mornings?
Basic spell and probably chat with Noodle.
Alright, you can chat a little bit with Noodle while everybody else is prepping.
This last thing I would do would be to
You were gonna,
recite some sort of prayer of protection.
thought you were going to go talk to the dryad.
I thought we found out through Cayenne that they don't have any more of the stock.
I don't remember that conversation.
No,
but that
I
happened.
told her that she would know, but
No one asked
She
the question.
never actually shared the information because nobody asked her to.
And that's definitely something I would have to do. Yeah, I would go down there and basically inquire. If not, then go ahead and do that prayer of protection then. Religion, I assume?
Huh?
Religion?
Yeah.
21.
So what all is left in that house anyway?
what's left in the house?
Just asking Noodle.
Huh?
Like, just asking Noodle. He's like, if the Obscura had any fucking common sense, locking away somebody who's the evil half, it's like they'd probably empty the fucking thing of anything valuable that he'd be able to use to get out. So there's no gear, no notes, nothing in there other than what to, like a food source.
Noodle fishes around in his pockets and he pulls out something you haven't seen before, and it's almost looks like a deck of cards. And opens it and slides a card forward to your direction. It's a little noodle-sized card, and you look at the card and it simply says one thing: answers.
Show him the scroll that I have with what's the current count up to? 33 questions.
Noodle just gives you a thumbs up.
Like, I know who it's supposed to be in there, but he's also like the evil side of him. So can we even trust anything that the fucker says?
The card in your hand that you're still holding, it kind of tugs at your things, trying to get loose, and it jumps out and it goes back to Noodle. Back and shuffles back in.
For all we know, he could be in league with the fucking clone.
Starts fishing around, looking for a few more cards. Pulls up a few more cards for you.
Look at him.
And it's just simply the number 2 and egos.
2 egos? Oh, yeah, no. Okay. Yeah, no, with their egos, they probably wouldn't fucking play well together.
Yeah, that's true.
And the cards start tugging again.
Yeah, just let him go right back. Yeah, but how do I also know that he's not just gonna, like, try to attack us because he's probably been in there for a while and probably lost his fucking mind going stir crazy. Then again, time ain't exactly normal here, so it could have felt like fucking 5 days to him. Then again, with probably nothing to do, he could have just fallen asleep and just stayed like that.
So, who's going to go knock on Mongo's door without destroying it?
I'm just waiting for the go ahead from Mongo if we're going to do it.
Probably the closest.
Interesting. There's a knock on your door as you're talking to people.
Well, there's no crowbar involved, so I'm assuming that's not scav.
You thought wrong, buddy.
I guess just finish grabbing whatever I think I'm gonna fucking need.
Yep.
I try to mix up a couple of those like bubblegum bomb potions.
Alchemy.
We've been using arcane. Well, that ought to do something. Natural 20.
Nice.
Nice.
So, what kind of bombs were you making?
Just the sticky kind of bubblegum ones to kind of stick somebody in place.
Okay.
I think I originally came up with one when we were coming up with the footballs with teeth. Showed the guy who worked at the what was the name of it? I got his card because he also hit me with like a 9th level identify.
So,
He works at the prank store
Yeah.
or
I
the
think so,
prank
yeah.
company.
So, you answer the door, Scav's there. You've made a new one. Basically, it's like a reverse bear trap that's closed, so when it springs open, it just spray the stuff in a big giant arc.
Oh, that'll fucking work. Fuck, I could load something like that up with all sorts of shit.
But, yeah, Scav's at your door.
No, brother.
Oh, you're slightly more mobile.
Yeah. It feels weird, but have feeling back in there again. Yes, I can feel you. We're waiting on you. This is you're the one to take the lead on this.
God, that must be
Oh.
killing.
Not at all.
Oh,
All right, Cayenne, roll that religion.
Okie dokie. My religion's a 13.
You reach out to your lady, and you don't really get a response that you're looking for. It's kind of muddled. But you know that if Mongo goes, well, you have a path forward to protect him.
That works for me.
So, ball's in your court, bud.
guess we head out.
All right. Knock
I'm
on
just
your
working
door.
on my next machine until
Yeah.
like I hear something.
Knock on your door. It's the two brothers.
Oh, what's up?
Apparently, it's time.
Proud of you, brother.
And then
Facing your demons.
Cayenne, suddenly there's a knock on your door, which snaps you out of the prayer that you were working on.
I'll make my way over loudly with my hooves.
You open the door, I'm assuming, and right there in the front of the three brothers is Mongo looking up at you.
I'm guessing we're leaving.
Apparently, now is as good a time as any. Assuming you're ready, of course.
I'd already have all my weapons on me.
You look at Feisty, and she's standing there, and she's just like trying different positions and trying to find her grr face and appearance. And
As a
Crack-
kitten?
yeah,
That is fucking adorable.
Feisty, by all means, if you would like to go with us, you are most definitely free to choose to do so, but you also don't have to. It's your choice.
Yep.
It's your call if you want to come with or not.
I totally asked her earlier too. Entirely up to her.
and she walks past you, starts heading for the way out.
Wants to go.
I suppose we need to stop by the captain's office and inform her that we will be gone for a day or two.
And Noodle follows right behind, and then Ace follows.
After you. You're taking the lead on
So
this.
we're
one.
off to see the wizard.
So the captain
And
will hopefully
and
be back in a couple days.
Humphrey starts singing a sea shanty about off to see a wizard. Just think of it as the off to see the wonderful wizard, but as a sea shanty.
Huh. I kind of want to hear that.
I would at least listen to that one time.
Yeah.
Out of sheer
Just out of fucking sheer goddamn curiosity.
just to move things along, you're able to stop by.
Yeah. My words are going to be, we should be back in a couple days.
Let me finish. I was
Okay.
yawning.
Okay, sorry.
You guys just actually stop by, able to deliver a message about how long you're going to be gone and such, and then off to your way. And I'm sure you like the thing once you leave the base camp.
Once we leave the safety of the relative area, yes.
That was a roundabout way of saying yes, but yes.
But
Can't be too direct now, can you?
if I may, I wanted to, what I was going to share is we should only be a couple days, but please don't leave for that week until it's necessary.
Okay. And you head off in that direction across the familiar field that
Yeah.
seems to just make your first in on it, and like, oh god, here we are, and work your way to that house.
Wait, in?
No, I didn't say in,
Oh.
toward. And eventually you do arrive on the doorstep of this house of the Obscura in the Astral Sea. Various scarecrows are in the fields. Cayenne, you being nature, do a perception for me.
That's a 19.
You can inform your siblings if you want to, or just keep this to yourself. The scarecrows are of like actual skeletons that possibly people that have rotted away. There seems to be one that's still somewhat alive because of the abilities of the astral sea. But there's at least 6 or 7 scarecrows within this massive field of tall grass.
That's cool.
Well, I'm suddenly getting flashbacks. These scarecrows are made of skeletons.
And everybody's got to have a job here, right?
That means that
Gonna kick in his general direction. Your robot gets rolled a little bit.
if who's setting these scarecrows up, then I mean that this
What makes you think this is recent?
no. You know,
One
it's
of them is
first-
still partially alive.
Want to go talk to him?
Well,
No.
we did also meet that living skeleton in town.
That's why I'm saying everybody's got to have a job. Maybe it's just guys working.
And Feisty's back to her full size. Just like, I don't think so.
I'm just thinking pragmatically. Maybe they are. Maybe they're not. I don't know.
We're not speaking to any skeletons. We're here to do a job.
And for
And,
all we know, You have to ask him 3 questions, and somebody only asked him 2.
Good one. And as you're standing there, Mongo, the double doors just to the house, and you can see that long, dark hallway. And you hear, I want you to come in and be my guest.
I tell everybody to wait back, go up to the door. Hello? Anybody home?
You should make a reflex for me.
Oh, fuck. This is not what I was planning on doing.
You do have that +3 to it.
I rolled a fucking 2, that ain't helping.
Well, actually, you also get an additional D4 to it as well.
I rolled a fucking 2.
It would be at maximum a 9.
What's reflexes dex, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's just on my side. 5.
So as you lean in a little bit, and you're like,
Oh,
and
I'm
you're
not crossing the fucking barrier.
I know
at
you're
all.
getting close to it, and you're just listening. Do you turn your head away at all, or are you just staring down that hallway?
Just kind of looking after the. I will look away and look back towards everybody else if there's an extended period of time of no response.
As he looks back, before you can warn Mongo, you see almost like this giant hand come out and just grab him, as almost like Bixby hand materializes and just yanks him in, and the door slams shut.
Well, there goes my idea for a gag.
Alrighty.
I was gonna do the thing from fucking Star Wars too.
Huh?
I was gonna do the fucking thing from Star Wars too. Try to get him fucking monologuing and then just turn back. I don't think he's home. Just to kind of fuck with him a little bit.
Do we go in after him? Or wait a little bit? If we go
Like
in
the
after
baby.
him, could that effectively break the hold that they have on this guy? And is that important to keep that hold?
And
I'm good either way. I just need you guys' input.
and as you're pulled in, you're slammed into a chair, and you see a figure appear on top of the table walking towards you, and they're like, "Can't have any of that," and you hear like a bang go off. "Can't have any of that either," and another bang goes off as your hands are restrained to the chair, and suddenly a thing hits across your mouth, silencing you.
Well, there goes all my verbal and somatic. Fuck me. Why would I need that?
Turn off the wizard.
And they come to the edge of the table, and they crouch down in front of you. "Hello, boy." Wait. And they adjust their fancy jacket they have on that's dusty, and they brush some of the dust off. Sorry. And they have it there, and they put a name tag on that says Dad. So, I have to ask you, I just simple nod. Mustache, goatee. He's just making him appear there. Which one is most suiting for this?
So his mouth is bound, right?
Nod for the goatee. Say no for the mustache.
Sorry, which one was for the goatee?
He's like,
Nod was for the goatee.
Oh.
The hand comes down, the one that pulled you in, grabs your hat, lifts it off your head, and is like, okay. Summons a bonfire and holds the hat over it. Which one? This ain't normal fire, it's magical fire.
Acknowledge goatee.
He makes the fire appear, puts the hat back on your head, and he suddenly has a goatee.
So, Scav, you break down the door, or wait a little bit.
Let's give him some time.
Cayenne?
As much as I want to go charging in there,
What do you choose, Cayenne?
She's sitting on her butt. That gives her answer.
Okay.
All right, can give him a little bit of time. And with that, we're going to call tonight's session with that lovely introduction. Tom's like, oh God, he's a showman. Oh boy, you're in for a hell of a one. All right. Thank you for joining us with this session. We hope everything was vastly improved over last session. And we're going to go ahead and call it here for the night and pick up from here next week. Boy, are we excited to dive into this one. Mongo, not so much.
Dude.
And
I think Tom is interested.
yeah. All right.
Nope. Nope. Do I need to send you the fucking list of questions that I have?
I'm actually curious.
Yeah, actually.
No, save them for next week. So we're going to go ahead and call it here for tonight. We'll hope you join us for next week. Please join us on our Discord. We do a lot of shenanigans there. Much more in-depth discussions about
And you can get last week's
sessions.
story a little more concisely.
right.
Because
Say goodnight, everyone.
Night,
good night, everybody.
Good
Don't
night,
forget to tell your
everybody.
friends.
Share us with everybody, even strangers.